Welcome to my JavaScript for Beginners course, and in this single video you will learn everything that you need to know in JavaScript from scratch to the very end. You will not only learn dry theory, but you will get lots of practical tasks through the course. Additionally, we will build two real applications with plain JavaScript, one of which is a weather application which will communicate with the real API and render data on the screen, and another is a full-blown to-do MVC where you can add to-dos, remove them, toggle all, and edit without page reload. By the end of this video, you will have lots of knowledge about how JavaScript is working, what functions you must use, and how to write your code correctly. With that being said, let's jump into the video. If you are watching this video, I assume that you want to learn JavaScript. And the first and most important question is it really a good choice to learn JavaScript? Is it really a best language to pick it as a first language? Can you really earn money with this language? Because essentially I hope that the main reason for you to learn JavaScript is to earn money. And this is a perfectly valid reason. And luckily for you, I can confirm that JavaScript is a safe bet both to earn money and as a first language. Let's talk about these 2 points. First of all, JavaScript language is not the most complicated language in the world. I would say it is on the easy side. Does it really mean that you will master it in a day or in a week? No, not really, but it is much easier than lots of other languages, like for example Java or Haskell. Additionally to that, you have millions of different resources around the internet about JavaScript, which actually means you can almost always get an answer on your question because people had millions of different problems and solved them successfully. Which brings me to the next point, why JavaScript is a safe bet as a first programming language to earn money. And this is because JavaScript is the most popular language in the world. Mostly nowadays everything exists in the web, which actually means in the internet, and you either access it on your computer as a website or on your mobile devices. Essentially most of the stuff that people are building nowadays is for the internet, and mostly these are websites. And in all these websites you have JavaScript. This is a must. If something is moving on your website or appearing when you're scrolling, this is all done through JavaScript. If you have a table with data and you can apply sorting and you can directly see the changes, then it is also JavaScript, which actually means JavaScript is the only language in the world which can be executed directly inside browser. And as browsers nowadays are extremely popular for all types of things, we're using JavaScript a lot and there are zero alternatives. As JavaScript is being executed inside browser, this is our client language, which actually means this is language which is being executed on the client inside the browser of the user. But the page of the website is typically delivered from the backend, which actually means it is coming from some server and it is not coming from the browser of the user. And on the backend we can use any language that we want to serve our pages. It can be Java, JavaScript, Ruby on Rails, PHP, whatever you prefer. So if we are talking about client languages, we have just JavaScript and there are zero other alternatives. If we are talking about server languages or backend languages, we have hundreds of different languages, which actually means we have a much smaller amount of jobs for the backend language because we are talking about learning one specific language. If we are talking about client, we have just a single JavaScript, and every single company which wants to implement a website will typically need a JavaScript developer in order to develop client side of their application, which essentially means you are getting lots of different jobs by covering all of them with JavaScript. And additionally to that, as JavaScript is the most popular language in the world, we are using it in lots of different places. For example, a lot of mobile applications, which are extremely popular nowadays, are also done in JavaScript because it is much easier than using native language. So essentially JavaScript is being used everywhere, and this is a safe bet to learn it as a language. Now we must talk about setting up our working environment. What I mean by that, where we will write our JavaScript code while we're learning. And essentially you can open your browser, any page that you want, make a right click and click here on Inspect. And if you are for some reason not using Google Chrome, I highly recommend you to do so, at least so you see exactly the same picture like I'm seeing. But sure, you can achieve exactly the same with Firefox or Safari, for example. So when we made a right click and used Inspect, we opened our developer tools inside Chrome. And as you can see here, this is such window with lots of different tabs. It might be that you are getting here on the elements, and then you see all your HTML elements, or here in the console. To write JavaScript, we're interested in the console, and essentially here we can directly write JavaScript inside the console. For example, here I can write number 1, and we're getting output like 1. We can write here 1 plus 1, and we're getting an output 2. Which essentially means our console can execute JavaScript commands directly here and we can see the result. This is really convenient if you need to test something really fast, but obviously this is not how we're doing it when we're writing JavaScript in the project. So in order to write JavaScript code, we typically need an HTML file. And in this video, I assume that you already know HTML and CSS on a level that you can at least use it. Which actually means I am not going into basics of HTML and CSS. And what you see here is exactly the index.html page that we will use. So this is just a standard HTML page with doctype, HTML tag, head tag, and a body tag. And here inside I already have h1 tag, Monster Lessons Academy. The main question is how we can start writing JavaScript inside our code. And the easiest way to do this is by adding inside our body, for example, a script. And essentially script means that inside this block we're writing JavaScript code. So we can write here any code that you want and it is a valid JavaScript. Let's reload the page and have a look. As you can see, we're reloading page, but we don't see anything inside console. And it happens because what we wrote here inside script is not being shown on the page at all, but nevertheless, this is a valid JavaScript. So the main question is how we can see something to understand that our JavaScript is working inside HTML page. And the most useful command to write something in the console, which you can see here, the console, this tab is activated, we will see something here after page reload, is called console log, because we are writing some logs in the console. So here we can write console.log, we're using here open and close bracket, and then inside we can write, for example, 1 as a number. I'm reloading the page here, and now in the console we see the output 1, and it loaded this script and it executes all JavaScript inside this script tag. And we wrote here console log 1. Additionally, as you can see here, after we're writing console.log and inside brackets we're writing 1, I have here a semicolon. And essentially it is not mandatory for JavaScript. Your code almost never will break if you are not putting semicolon after your code. But nevertheless, especially if you're a beginner, I highly recommend you to put your semicolon after every single line of your code. In our case here, we're writing console log 1 to log it in our console. What we can write here also is 1 plus 1, just like we wrote here by hands. I'm reloading our page and we're getting here 2. Which essentially means this is the easiest way how we're bringing JavaScript in our page. We simply inject the script here on the body and we're good to go. But this is not how we're doing it typically. Why that? Just imagine here you have lots of markup of your whole page, maybe 100 or 1000 lines, and additionally you must pack here all your JavaScript. This is a huge file and it is difficult to support. This is why what we want to do, we want to create an additional file here and we can name it, for example, index.js. Which actually means index.html is our page with the markup and index.js is our file where we will write all our JavaScript code. I'm sorry for interruption, but I just wanted to let you know that only 20% of the people who watch my videos are subscribed to the channel. If you really want to continue getting videos and support my channel, consider subscribing. It helps a lot. Now let's jump back into the video. Now we can jump back inside our index.html and we can remove completely the script. Now instead of just putting script and some code inside, we can write here a script source and here will be a path to our file index.js. And now we can close our script just like we did previously. With such construction, we are not writing any JavaScript code inside this script block. We are loading this code from this source index.js. And this index.js file is just lying near my index.html. So I can jump here and write exactly the same code like we wrote inside that script block. So I can write here console.log, open and close bracket, and I'm writing here 1 + 1, and I'm saving my code. Let's look in browser. As you can see, nothing changed, but now we loaded this JavaScript file and we executed the code inside this file. And it is extremely important because we're separating our logic. We're writing the whole markup inside index.html, like always, and we're writing our JavaScript inside index.js. And additionally here, you might wonder how you can open this file inside browser. So essentially, you just take your index.html and you are pasting it here in the browser link. So you're opening a local file and it will be executed just fine. And now here inside console, we can see that our JavaScript also works. You might wonder what editor you should use in order to write your JavaScript code. And I highly recommend you to look on VS Code editor. As you can see here, I opened an official website, code.visualstudio.com. This is a completely free editor which works on any operational system and is extremely easy to use. As you can see here on the right, you can simply write code, you get code highlighting, you can install additional plugins if you need to, and this is extremely easy to start using it. This is why if you are still wondering what editor to pick, I highly recommend you to use this one. We already used console log and wrote some code inside. What we wrote here are numbers, so we're just adding here 1 + 1. But essentially this doesn't help us with storing information. What I mean by that? Just imagine that we want to store this number and then console log it, because we really want to reuse this number in a lot of places. And typically what we are doing with that is let keyword, then any meaningful name, for example first, and we are assigning here 1. What this line does, it creates for us a variable with name first, and inside we put our value 1. And what we can do now, instead of this 1, we can write here first plus, for example, first. As you can see in browser, we're still getting 2, which is correct, but now we're not writing inside console log 1 + 1. We have a variable inside our application, and we're console logging it. We can write here just first as a variable, and we see 1 inside console, which essentially means variables is a way to store some information across the whole application and reuse. What we can do here now, we can create one more variable with keyword let, and we can name it second. And we could write here 2, this is totally fine, but we can also write here first plus first. And now here inside our console log, we can write not first, but second. Let's look again. As you can see, we're getting 2. Which actually means now we created here not just a single variable first, we created 2 variables, first and second, but our second variable is based on the first one. And this is exactly what I was talking about. We're reusing here our variable across the whole application. Now this variable first is there for us at any moment when we need it, and we don't really need to type there a number 1. And additionally, we have here one more variable, second, and we can also reuse it everywhere, which actually means variables is a way to store some information and use it through the whole application. But at some point of our application, we might want to change the value inside our variable. For example, here we have a variable second, we're totally fine with that, but later we want to update the value inside. We can write here second equals, and we're writing here a new value, for example 3. Now inside second variable we don't have 2 anymore, we have there 3. As you can see in browser, we're getting 3, which essentially means we're not creating variable only for one usage with some value inside, we can override it later with this equal sign. And this line means that we're assigning value 3 inside our variable second. And now in every single place of our application, we're updating this variable and it will be 3. If we're using across the whole application just numbers like 1 or 2, then we need to go through every single place and update them. But if we're using a variable like second everywhere, then we just need to update our variable once and everything will be automatically updated. This is how any programming language is working. But here is an important point. As you saw, we used a keyword let to create our variables. This is totally fine. But what we can do instead, we can write here const. And let's check what we have now. I'm reloading the page, and as you can see, we don't get our output, we're getting a red arrow. And it says uncaught type error, assignment to constant variable. What does it mean? We created here a variable second with word not let but const because we are saying it is a constant. And if it is a constant, then we are not allowed to change it. This is why it is const, not let. So with let, this is totally fine to update this property. We're using let keyword if we want to update our variable later. If we don't plan to update our variable, it makes a lot of sense to make it a const. This is exactly why this line of code is not working for us. This line gives us an error because second is a const and we can't override our const variable. But what we can do, we can change this first variable to const because we never update it. But we can't really use const here for the second. We must use here let because we're overriding it later. Let's check again. I'm reloading the page. We're getting 3 because in this case, our first is a constant. We never update it in our application. We're safe to use it anywhere. It will always be 1, but not the second. The second variable, which is let, can be updated. And here is a practical task for you. I want you to create 5 different variables with different numbers and just add one to another, which actually means you must console log the sum of 5 different variants. And now just pause this video and try to do it yourself. This is extremely important. I hope that you finished the assignment, so let's check how to do it correctly. What I want to do here, I want to remove everything, so we're starting from scratch. And as I said, we must have 5 variables. The question is, do we need to use here a let or a const? And here we must use const because I never said that we will update these variables later. So we can create a variable with any name that we want. It can be A, B, C, D, E. This is fine, but it is much better to create some meaningful name. For example, let's create here first, it will be 1. Then we have second, it will be 2. Then we have third, it is 3. Then we have fourth, it is 4. And we have here fifth, it is 5. This is how we're creating 5 variables with 5 different names, and we're using here const because we don't want to override them. Now here we can use console log, again round brackets, and inside round brackets we can write any meaningful JavaScript code that we want to show on the screen. And what we want to do here, we want to sum all our variables. So we can write here first plus second plus third plus fourth plus fifth. This is exactly what we did previously, so let's have a look. I'm reloading the page and we're getting 15, which is exactly the sum of all these variables. But here is a small twist, you can do it even better. We can create here one more variable, it is called sum, and we can just put all this code that we wrote here inside, which essentially means we're creating new variable sum, and then we add all our variables here. Now inside console log, it is enough to just write a sum to see how it will look like. I'm reloading the page and we're getting 15 just like before. But this code is much easier to read because we created one more variable with the meaningful name, so it is clear what this variable means. It is a sum of our numbers, and then we're saving 5 different variables inside. So now you know how to create variables inside JavaScript. We're using either let or const and we're good to go. But here is the problem. We have lots of different browsers on the market and they all have different JavaScript features. They are trying their best to implement all JavaScript features which are needed, but sometimes some features are missing in part of the browsers, which actually means you can never be sure if specific JavaScript feature is there in the browser. And here we are talking about variables, and we're using const keyword and let keyword. And there is an amazing website which is called caniuse.com. I highly recommend you to write this website down because we will use it a lot. And what it can show us is if specific feature is being available for us in all browsers. And what I want to write here is let, because this is a let keyword. As you can see here what we're getting, what is let, it declares a variable with block level scope. You can just ignore block level scope for now. As you can see, it declares a variable. And what we see here on the bottom is in what browsers we can use this feature. Just for you to know, I am using Chrome 121. This is this part. As you can see, we're green. We can use this feature inside this browser. But can we use it inside previous versions? Yes, sure. As you can see, this feature was introduced in Chrome 41, which was released in 2015, which actually means this feature exists in this browser for a really long time. Here is even Edge from Microsoft. It was also released 2015, and this feature is working there. As you can see, in extremely old browsers, like maybe Internet Explorer 6 to 10, which was last released in 2012, this feature is not there. Realistically, almost all browsers on the market will support this feature. But it might happen that you are getting some extremely old project that was done 20 years ago and nobody updates it, which actually means you must always be aware that not all features of JavaScript are working everywhere. Essentially, features like creating a variable will work everywhere, but you must be prepared that there is some code that was there previously. And what we had more than 10 years ago, we didn't have let and const to use inside our code to declare variables. We had the var keyword, which means essentially we wrote there var space and then the name, for example, 10th, and here we're assigning 10 inside. Now here I want to console log this 10th variable. And as you can see in browser, it works exactly like before. So this is the extremely old notation that you should not use in your code nowadays, but you must also remember that this notation exists. In this case, if you see anywhere var instead of const or let, you won't freak out. So now you know how to create variables, and we must talk about naming our variables. As I already told you, you must select some meaningful names. Let's have a look. If I'm creating a variable and I'm naming it A and I'm storing inside 1, nobody knows why we named it A and what is stored inside. Just imagine that somewhere later in our application I'm writing console log A. There is zero understanding what is being stored inside A because this is not clear. If I'm writing here inside 30 and I'm naming my variable age, and now here I'm console logging age, it is extremely clear. We know, okay, this is an age, probably we're storing a number inside, and this is an age of the person. So meaningful names are extremely important. Names like A, B, A1 to 3 or something like that, it is not meaningful and it is difficult to support and change later. But additionally for that we can use lots of different symbols to create our variables. We can use, for example, an underscore for the variable. We can also use a dollar symbol and so on. But I highly recommend you to never do that without a reason. And if you are just writing plain JavaScript, you have zero reason to use some special symbols in your names of the variables. Realistically, you almost always want to use just letters, no numbers, and no special symbols, which essentially means age is completely fine, age with underscore or dollar is bad. But this is extremely simple when you have just a single word inside the name of your variable. Typically, we want to be more precise. For example, I want to write here age of the user. I can write here age of the user and here age of the user. As you can see, this code is extremely bad to read because we wrote all these words without spaces. And we have different code styles for different languages to make these words readable. In some languages, people are writing it with underscore, like age, underscore of, underscore the, underscore user. In this case, this is extremely readable because every single word is separated with the underscore, like with space, and it is easy to read. But we are not writing code like this inside JavaScript, we are using Camel case instead. What Camel case means, you are starting every next word with the capital letter. So we're starting with the small a here, just like a normal single word variable, so age. Then we have a big O, so of, then big T and big U. This is a camel case, and this is exactly how we're writing things inside JavaScript. So again, if you have just a single word like age or user, you're good to go, you don't need to do anything. If you want to pack several words inside your variable, then you are writing them with camel case. Now the question is, does it make sense to write multiple words for your variable names? And essentially when you're creating the variables like age, user, you're creating extremely generic naming, which actually means they are not really relevant to some part of your application. And if you have an application where you have the variable age lots of times in different places, then you might want to write it differently. Like maybe in one part of your application you are writing age of the user, so it is clear that it is related to the user, and in another part of the application you can write age of the post, for example. Which actually means longer names are typically easier to understand because you can pack more words inside, and it is more clear for programmers what you mean by that. But it doesn't really mean that you should pack 10 words inside your variable. It is not really easy to read then. So again, just to remind you, we're using camel case inside JavaScript. This is how it looks like. You don't need to use any underscores, any special symbols or numbers inside your variables. You already know how to create variables, but now we must talk about simple data types inside JavaScript. What does it mean? Previously we created a variable like first, and we assigned there a number. And essentially this one is a number. This is a data type that we want to assign inside our variable. So we have numbers inside JavaScript. Additionally, we have strings. For example, here I can create a variable which is called name, and I'm writing inside a string with name Jack. As you can see here, we use the notation of double quotes and then the name inside. You can even use here single quotes. It is totally fine. Both variants will work. What we can do now, we can write console log name, and as you can see in browser, Jack was console logged. And essentially, strings is the most popular data type inside JavaScript because we need them for everything, like a name, a title of the post, maybe a first name and the last name of the user. Strings are everywhere. Then we also have numbers. For example, our first number is 1. We might store things like IDs later or age of the user. It is all numbers. Additionally to that, we have booleans. And boolean can be either true or false. What does it mean? We can create here a property with name bool, for example, and we can assign here false. And boolean means either yes or no, or true or false. This is why in JavaScript we're writing either false as a value or we're writing true as a value. And we will use it later, but you just need to know that we have such data type inside JavaScript, which is boolean. And additionally to that, I want to show you 2 more data types, but it is not mandatory that you understand them now. We will use them a lot later. First of all, I want to show you the data type null. I can create doesn't exist variable, and I am assigning inside null. So null is essentially a data type, and it means nothing, which actually means the value of this variable is null. If I'm trying to console log here, the variable does not exist. You can see in browser that we are getting null, and this is essentially the data type. And we are using null a lot when we want to say that we don't have a value inside this variable. And the last data type that I want to show you here is called undefined. And here we can create not defined property, and we're assigning inside undefined. And now here we can console log not defined data type. And as you can see in browser, we're getting undefined. Again, without examples, it is not clear for you why do we need null and undefined. This is totally fine. You will see later on the examples when we will use them. Most importantly, you must understand these are the most popular data types inside variables, which actually means we're defining variable and we're assigning some data type. Typically, we're using mostly strings, sometimes booleans, sometimes numbers. In specific cases, we're using nulls or undefineds, and we will talk about it later. Now it is time to talk about functions. Why do we need functions at all, and what is this? Just imagine we want to console log something. We already did that. We must write here console log 1. Then let's say later we want to console log 2. Later we want to console log 3. Then 4 and 5. Which actually means we wrote the same code 5 times. And the only difference is the number that we want to console log. What we can do instead, we can optimize this code somehow. We can create a function for this. In order to create a function, we're using const keyword, then we're providing some name of the function, for example, write log. Now we put equal sign and round brackets, and then equal sign and an arrow to the right. And now here we put brackets. So this construction is the construction of the function, and inside we're writing a body of the function. So first of all, you must remember this notation, we will use it a lot. We're using const keyword, we already used const for defining variables, and now here we have a name of our function, just like the name of the variable. Now here we have an equal sign, and this construction is called an arrow function. Here we have round brackets, then an arrow, so equal and an arrow to the right, and then we have brackets, and inside them is going the body of the function. What we can now do, we can write inside this function any code that we want to execute. For example, I can write here console log hello. This is just the definition of our function. We did not use it at all. We simply defined, okay, we have a function, write log, and inside this function, when it will be called, it must execute console log hello line. What we can do afterwards, we can use this function or we can call it. In order to do that, we can write log and then put round brackets, so open and close bracket. As you can see, I am reloading in browser our page and we're getting console log hello. Now I can copy paste this write log a lot of times, and as you can see in browser, we're getting a lot of times hello. What does it mean? Instead of writing console log hello, at every single line here, I can just put our console log inside the function and just call it any amount of times. So essentially we're using a function when we want to isolate some part of our code and reuse it in different places. And here you might say it doesn't really make sense to create this function because we're not writing less code. We could just write console log here in every line and the amount of code will be on average the same. And you're totally right if we're writing just a single console log. But we're writing here more stuff like console log JavaScript, and here we will write web. Which actually means now we wrote inside our function more stuff, and if we would like to write exactly 3 lines for every single line here, then we will for sure write more code. Let's check this out. I'm reloading the page and we're getting here hello JavaScript web, and so on. Which actually means we're hiding a part of our code inside the function and we're just calling it. And we're doing it a lot across the whole JavaScript. Why is that? Because we're using a lot of code again and again for different use cases. And it makes a lot of sense to isolate this code and reuse it because it is easier. So now you know how to define function and how to call it. But it is not all, we also have parameters of our function, which actually means we can provide inside our function different parameters, and depending on these parameters, we can do different stuff inside our function. For example, here what we can do inside write log, we can provide a number that we want to console log. For example, here I'm providing 1, here I'm providing 2, 3, and this is enough for testing. Now, if we're providing a number here, then this number goes exactly here in these round brackets. And here we need to name somehow this first parameter. We can say here num, for example. And essentially num is just a name. We can write here foo, bar, whatever you prefer. Most importantly, the first parameter here, like 1, is going here inside num. And we can just write inside our console log here num to see if it's working. So essentially we're just providing a different parameter inside our function and it will console log this different parameter. Let's reload the page. As you can see, we're getting 1, 2, 3, which actually means now our function is even more complex because we can not only use this function, but we can provide different data inside. And depending on what data we're providing inside our function, we will console log different stuff. But it can be even more complex. We can provide multiple parameters. We can provide here 1 and 2, then here, for example, 2 and 3, and here 3 and 4, which actually means now our function works not just with a single parameter, but with two parameters, which actually means here we are getting, for example, first number and then comma second number. And now this 1 here is going inside first number and 2 is going inside second number. This is why here inside console log I can just write first number, comma, second number. And actually inside console logs you can use comma to separate different values and see them inside log. Let's check this out. I'm reloading the page and we're getting here 1, 2, 2, 3 and 3, 4. Which actually means we provided here multiple parameters inside our function and we console log them. And essentially you can provide inside your function any amount of parameters that you want, but providing too much will make your function difficult to read. This is why I don't recommend you to provide more than 3 parameters. But it is still not all. We have different variants. For example, our function writeLog just calls console log and it does not return anything, which actually means our function simply does something. It writes this console log. But we can also do a function that will return something back. For example, our function must make some calculations and return back a result. This is why here I want to name our function sum2numbers. And instead of console log here, I want to write return, and this is a special reserved word, and I want to write here first number plus second number. What it does? Here we have a function sum2numbers, and we are getting 2 parameters, first number and second number. Now here we are using return keyword, which means this function won't write console log or something, it will return some value when this function will be called. And what it returns is the sum of first number and second number. Now let's leave just a single call and rename it to sum2numbers because we renamed our function. And this code won't do anything. I'm reloading the page, we don't see anything. Because essentially this function does not do anything, it simply returns some result. Which actually means we must save this result or console log it. I want to save it here in new variable with name result. So essentially this function returns some value and we're storing this value inside our result variable. It is similar to the code where we simply wrote here like result equals 1, this is just a number, but now here we're writing inside the result of this function. And after this we can use console log just like we did previously to check our result. As you can see in browser it is 3 because here we're making first number 1 plus 2, we're getting 3, we're writing this 3 inside this result and we're console logging it on the screen. Which actually means this function returns something and not just log some code. But what it allows us to do now, we can store different results and use them later. For example, here we can call this function again, but here I want to sum numbers, for example 5 and 4, and here I want to name it second result. Now here I want to console log not only result, but also second result. As you can see again, I used this comma to separate my logs. Let's look in browser, we're getting here 3 and 9. Why that? Because first of all we stored the result of sum2numbers 1 and 2 here in the result. This is 3. And in the next line we called sum2numbers with 5 and 4. We stored our result in the variable second result and we console logged both these variables. This is result and second result, and we're getting 3 and 9, which actually means we're using return keyword inside our function to return something from our function. Then we can later use it for other purposes. And here is a practical task for you to do it yourself. I want you to write a function that accepts 5 different parameters and just return a sum of all these parameters. And then you must save them inside variable and console log on the screen. So pause a video now and try to do it yourself. I hope that you implemented it yourself, so let's check it now. First of all, we must create a function, which means we are using here const keyword, and we can write sum 5 numbers. And inside we must get 5 different variables. So it will be first number, comma, second number, then third number, fourth number, and fifth number. Now here we put an arrow function, and inside brackets I am returning the sum of all these functions. So it will be first number plus second number plus third number plus fourth number plus fifth number. I'm saving this code, and as you can see my code is looking different. And it happens because my code was prettified. And I will tell you about prettifying in the next section. For now let's just focus on our function. So here is our function sum 5 numbers, and we're getting here 5 different parameters. It's first number, second number, third number, fourth and fifth. And here we just return a sum of all these parameters just like we did here on the top. Now on the bottom what we can write is const 5 numbers result, and we want to call here our sum 5 numbers, where inside we must provide 5 different numbers. For example 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Now here inside console log I want to see the result of our function 5 numbers result. Let's reload the page. As you can see we got 15, which is the correct answer. In previous chapter I mentioned such tool which prettifies your code, and it is called Prettier. Just to remind you, here we wrote this function sum 5 numbers, and I wrote it in a single line like this. Then after I saved my file it was prettified, which actually means it was not looking like this. I am just saving it and it is looking like this. This is Prettier. This is an additional tool which will prettify your code. Why do we need to do that at all? If you're writing code, you can write it differently. You can use different spacing, and you must do that by hand. It is really time consuming and tedious, and you must really focus on the code, which actually means it doesn't really matter how bad I am intending my code. Even like this will work just fine. I am saving this file and Prettier will do its job and fix my code. So do you really need to install Prettier in order to continue with this video? No, you don't. You can certainly write JavaScript on your own and indent every single line like you want to. But if you want to move faster, I highly recommend you to install Prettier in your editor. It will just simplify your job as a developer, because you would not think anymore about indentation. Prettier will do that with every single file save. Here is an official website of the Prettier. As you can see, it supports lots of different languages like HTML, CSS, and obviously JavaScript, but the main question is how to use it inside your editor. My previous recommendation for you was a VS Code editor. You can install Prettier in a lot of different editors, certainly in most popular editors, and obviously also inside Visual Studio Code. In order to do that, you must install a Prettier package and enable it. So essentially here I can click on extension and search for Prettier, and as you can see, such extension is already there. You can just install it for free inside your editor and you're good to go. And if you have some different editor, you can just Google the name of your editor and Prettier word, and probably you will have some plugin for that editor to install it inside. You already know how to create functions inside JavaScript by running arrow functions. Just to remind you, we're using here const, then the name of the function like getUser. Then we have here round brackets where we can put some parameters, or we can omit them if we don't need them. And then we have here brackets where inside we're writing the body of our function. This is totally fine, and this is a recommended approach. But inside JavaScript previously we didn't have arrow functions at all. We had a reserved function keyword, and we were creating function like this. It is function word, then the name, like maybe get post, after this round brackets, and here we have a brackets inside which we're writing the body of the function. And you can call both our getUser function like normally and getPost function, and both approaches will work. So the question is what you should use at all. And I highly recommend for you to stick to the arrow function, and you will see less problems than by using function, because it is working exactly like declaring a variable. But nevertheless, you must know that function exists. You can create them like this, and you can find in all the projects lots of usages with the function keyword. Now we must talk about conditions in JavaScript. What does it ever mean? we can write here if, round brackets, and then inside brackets we're writing some body of our condition. For example, here we can write console log, it is true. And now here inside our if, in the round brackets, I want to write true. What does it ever mean? So typically we have some logic inside our JavaScript applications, and we're doing it by using if condition. And if means that we're simply asking if something is happening or not. For example, here we're asking if here we have true, then this console log will be shown. If here inside we don't have true, then this console log won't be shown. I'm reloading the page and we're getting the console log, it is true, because here we have true and console log is there. But what will happen if here I will write false? I'm reloading the page and we don't have anything at all, because essentially this if condition will never happen. We have here false, our console log is not being rendered at all. Just to remind you what is true and false, these are our booleans. This is the same like yes or no. So this is how we're writing if condition. You must remember its syntax. It is if, then brackets. Inside brackets we're writing our condition, in our case true or false, and then here inside we can write any logic that we want to execute with this condition. I'm sorry for interruption, but I just want to let you know that I have a membership here on the channel that you can join to support me. It will give you access to the new videos earlier, emojis and priority replies to your comments. Now let's jump back into the video. But we can make it more complicated. We can create a variable before. For example, here before I can create a variable and name it falsy, and I can assign here false. After this, inside this if, I am writing falsy. So essentially it is exactly the same. Here we have falsy, but it is not coming from the value false, it is coming from the variable. I'm reloading the page and here we don't see our console log, but if here in our falsy variable we will write true, then our console log will be there. Why this code is so handy? Because in most cases we don't really want to write inside if true or false, we want to use some additional variable inside our condition in order to determine that we are doing something. So now we can use an if condition, but we have more to that. We have an else condition. And after our if we can write else and then brackets, and inside here we want to write console log, it is false. What does it mean? If here inside we're providing something truthy, this is why here I want to write truthy variable, then we're console logging it is true. In another case, and this is else, we're console logging it is false. Now here on the top I want to create truthy variable, and it will be true, and then our falsy variable will be false. So for now we're using only truthy variable, and it is true. This is why we should see the console log, it is true. Let's reload the page. We're seeing here it is true. But what will happen if here we will use a falsy variable? I'm reloading the page, we're getting it is false. Why is that? Because here inside our condition we're getting false. False means that this part won't be executed, and we're coming to our else condition here. But it is not all. It is really nice to use true or false, but we can also use here mathematical operators. For example, here inside we can write if 3 smaller than 5, and as you can see, smaller is exactly like in math, it is just an arrow to the left, then we're console logging it is true, in other case false. Let's look in browser. Here we have it is true because 3 is smaller than 5, which actually means here inside if condition we can provide not just a value true or false, but some construction which will return true or false. In our case here, 3 smaller than 5 will return for us true. If we write here like 10 smaller than 5, then it will be for sure false. As you can see here, we're getting it is false. And this is still not all. We wrote here if and else, but we might have more conditions. What can we do if we have multiple conditions? Like for example, if 3 smaller than 5, then we're console logging it is true. Then we want to check here another condition, and we can write here else if, for example, 5 smaller than 10. Then we will have here some other code, for example, console log it is for sure true, and else it is false. In this case, we don't have just if and else, so not 2 variants, but 3 variants. First of all, we are checking this condition. If it is true, then we are console logging it, and we don't do anything else. If this condition is false, then we're coming to this part. If this condition is true, we're showing this console log. If both this and these conditions are false, then we're coming here. Let's check if it is correct. If 3 smaller than 5 is true, which actually means I am reloading the page, it is true. We're console logging this part. But if here we will write something falsy, like maybe 10 smaller than 5, then we're coming to this line and we're checking, okay, if 5 smaller than 10, I'm reloading the page, we're getting it is for sure true. This is this console log because here we're getting true. But what happens if here we have something wrong? For example, 20 is smaller than 10 is false, then we're coming here inside our else. As you can see now we're getting it is false, which actually means we can write any amount of if, else if conditions until we're getting to the last else. So we can write a single if and a single else, and additionally we can write any amount of else ifs, which actually means I can copy this code several times and then it will check just first if, then this else if, and this else if, and only after this else. This is how we're writing if-else condition in JavaScript. We already learned if-else condition. This is why we must check our knowledge with a practical task. This is what we have. We must create a variable with the age of a person. It can be any number. We must use if-else to log to the console a message with following conditions. If our age is smaller than 20, then we're console logging young. If our age is bigger than 80, then we're console logging old. If our age is between 20 and 80, we're console logging grown up. Now just pause the video and try to implement it yourself. I hope that you implemented this task. Let's check it now. So first of all, we need a variable age and we can set it to any age, for example 45. Now we must use if-else construction to cover these three cases. And our first case will be that our age is smaller than 20. In this case we want to console log young. Our next case is when the person is older than 80, which actually means else if, and here we're checking that age is bigger than 80. In this case we're console logging that our person is old. And the last case is between 20 and 80, but realistically this is our else case, because if both two cases are wrong, then we're coming to our else, which actually means we don't really need to cover this between 20 and 80. We can simply write here else and just console log here grown up. As you can see in browser, we're getting a message grown up because we're 45 years old. If I put here 15 and reload the page, we're getting young. If I'm putting here 100, then we're getting old. So this is exactly how we must implement such task. But now I want to make it a little bit more complex. I want to show you and or operators inside JavaScript. What does it mean? As you can see inside console, I can write true and true. And this and or two ampersands is an operator and. As you can see, true and true gives us back true. Another operator is or. This is two pipes. And or are working in exactly the same way like in math. We have something on the left and on the right, and if we're using an AND construction, it means that both conditions on the right and on the left must be true. Because if we're writing here false and true, we have false on the left. This is why we're getting false, which actually means with AND, your both conditions on the left and on the right must be true. But with OR, it is different. You can write here false and true, and you are getting here true, because only one of these two conditions must be true. With that knowledge, we can change our code a little bit. Because just to remind, we covered first of all smaller than 20, then bigger than 80, and then with else we covered between 20 and 80. But what can we do if we really need to cover this case with between 20 and 80 with something different? So here we can write else if, and we want to say that our age must be bigger than 20 and our age must be smaller than 80. As you can see here, this part on the left is our first boolean, because age bigger than 20 must return for us either true or false, and age smaller than 80 also must return false, true or false. And we can easily check this logic inside browser here in the console. I will just put it here, and we can just change our age, for example, to 45 here and here, and you will see what it does. So here 45 bigger than 20, yes, it is true. And on the right we are getting 45 smaller than 80, it is also true. This is why we are getting here true. If instead of 45 we have here 15, and here 15 also, then we're getting false, because 15 bigger than 20, it is false, then the whole construction is false. Which actually means if we have several conditions, like for example here, we can use them with AND, which actually means in this case we can directly check that if the user is between 20 and 80, then we want to console log here, for example, is between 20 and 80. Then we must update our age, for example, to 45, and I'm reloading the page. And as you can see, we're getting in the condition is between 20 and 80. And yes, sure, our else will cover this case, and this logic is kind of not needed, but sometimes you might want to cover more than one case. Now let's make it even more complicated. We can put all this difficult logic inside a function and provide an age from the outside. How can we do that? We can create here a function, for example, get age message, and inside round brackets we're providing here age as a first parameter. Now here is our arrow function just like we used previously, and now I will copy paste all this code that we wrote inside. And now I will remove this age from here because we don't need it on the top. Now our function is fully isolated, it is called getAgeMessage. We are providing inside our age, and now we are comparing the age that we provided from the outside with all our conditions, and we are just console logging the result. Now what we can do here, we can use getAgeMessage and just provide inside some age, for example 45, and I'm reloading the page. As you can see, we're getting exactly the same result. This is why functions are so handy, because we're hiding all this logic inside our function, and we just provide inside some number, which is our age, and our function is working. You already know how to use if-else condition, but it is not always handy. Sometimes we want to write something smaller. What is the problem? Let's say that we want to store in a variable different message depending on our condition. For example, let's create here an age, and it is 45, and now here I want to create our message with let, because we must set a value inside later. As you can see here, I didn't provide any value inside, I didn't assign it. This is why essentially the value inside message is undefined, because the value does not exist inside yet. Now here we can write if our age is bigger than 20, then we want to assign in our message, for example, a string old. In other case, we're assigning inside our message a string yarn. So again, we already did it previously when we created strings as variables. This is exactly what we're doing here. And essentially we did all this stuff previously. You already know what is if and else. And we already created strings, but we directly assigned a value inside. Previously we wrote something like const foo equals, and here is a string foo. In this case we are creating a variable foo, and we are assigning inside a string foo. In this case here we are separating it into different places. First of all, here we are defining our variable message before our if-else, and now here we simply assign a value inside this message. What does it mean? After this we can console log our message and check what we are getting inside. As you can see here in the console we are getting old. Why that? Our message at the beginning is empty, it is undefined. Now we are starting with our if condition. Age is bigger than 20, yes, it is true. We are assigning inside message old string, and now inside our message we have the string, and we are console logging it here. This code is totally valid, but it has one problem, because this code is kind of all over the place. Before we even start with our if-else condition, we need to create a variable, and essentially this variable simply hangs somewhere before our if-else, and only then we are using it inside. So it is not exactly the same like assigning the result of if-else condition inside our message. This is kind of what we want to. This is why what I can do instead, I can comment out my code. And how to comment out code? We're just writing before every single line 2 slashes, and it comments your code out. What does it mean? It means your code doesn't do anything. This is just a line that will be ignored by JavaScript. And in the same way, we can select all these lines and comment them out. So you just need to put 2 slashes at the beginning of the line and it is ignored. Now what I want to do instead, I want to write a ternary operator, which will be exactly the alternative for all this code. We can create here a variable message, and as you can see here, I didn't use let, I used const, just because we're assigning the result here directly. And here I can write equals and some logic, and the result of this logic will be a string which we want to assign here. I can write here if our age is bigger than 20, space question mark, then we're returning here a string old. In another case, we're returning a string young. Again, this single line is exactly the same like all this code. What it does, first of all, we have here our condition on the left. It is age bigger than 20. Here you can have true, or here you can have false. This is exactly what we wrote. This stuff returns for us either true or false. Then we have question mark, and after this we have 2 possible outcomes, either this part or this part. So if here we're getting true, then we always are getting the first part. If this is false, then we're getting the second part. And both these parts are separated with the colon. And this construction is called ternary operator. And essentially it works in exactly the same way like if-else condition, but inside a single line. As you can see in browser, we're getting old, just like before, but it is much less code. The main point is that this ternary operator returns for us an old string or young string, and we're assigning it directly inside our message, and this is a const, which means it is much better. Why is that? Because first of all, we don't use let and our message will never be changed. Secondly, what we're doing, we're assigning the result of the construction on the right inside our variable. Previously here we created a variable and only then somehow later we used if-else to override it, which means this variable is not tightly bounded with this code. With ternary operator it is different because the result of ternary operator comes directly inside our variable. But here is a huge difference. As you can see, what we wanted to do inside our if-else, we wanted to set a string inside our message. If we want to write here console log, then using a ternary operator is not the best idea because console log does not return you a value. And exactly the idea of ternary operator is to return a value or calculate it and set it inside our message, inside our variable. This is exactly the main difference. You already know how to implement ternary operators. This is why here is a task for you to implement it yourself. First of all, here we must create a variable with some username that you want. After this, we must write a ternary operator and check if username equals string Jack or it equals string John, then we must return a string admin. If it doesn't equal, then we must return a string user. After this, we must show the result of our operation in the console. But the main problem here, you don't really know how to use equals in JavaScript. This is why I must show it to you first. Here I open the console and what I want to compare is our John, for example, this is a string, and it must equal a string Jack. So essentially for equals, we're using triple equal sign. And here we're checking, okay, does string John equal string Jack? It does not equal, this is why we're getting false. If here we're checking that John equals string John, then we're getting back true. So for checking equality, we're using triple equal sign. But what if we want to inverse it and check that it does not equal? Then we're putting here an exclamation mark and 2 equal signs. As you can see now, we're getting false because we're checking that John does not equal John, and this is false. This is why we're getting here false. And exactly the same way we can check equality, not just strings, but for example numbers or booleans. We can check here that our false equals false. As you can see here, we're getting true because false is equal false. The same we can do with numbers. We can check that 1 does not equal 0, and we're getting here also true. So this is how we're checking equality inside JavaScript, and now you have enough information to pause the video and try to do it yourself. I hope that you implemented it correctly. Let's recheck it. First of all, we must create a variable with username. So here, let's create a username and assign here any string, for example, Mike. Now we want to write a ternary operator and get a result. This is why here we can create a variable result, and we're writing our ternary operator here. So what we want to check if our username equals Jack. So username triple equal Jack. Now here we have OR, and just to remind you from the previous section, you already know OR operator. This is a pipe symbol. So here we're checking that username equals Jack or username equals John, which actually means we can't really compare that our username equals either Jack or John. We have here two conditions, username equals Jack and username equals John, and between them we have an OR. And this is our first part of ternary operator. After this we put question mark and we return an admin if it is true, and we return just a string user if it is false. And after this we want to console log our result to see it on the screen. As you can see, we're getting here user because our username is Mike. If we're changing it, for example, for username Jack, now we're getting an admin because our condition is true. So this is how you can combine a ternary operator, checking equality, and OR operator. You already know how to implement if-else solution inside JavaScript. Now we want to look on the switch case solution. And essentially this is an alternative to our if-else code. Let's have a look. For example, let's create here a variable which will be our day of the week. And let's say that here we have Monday. Now what we can do, we can use switch case in order to cover different days. And we're writing here switch for a day. And now inside we can write cases for different values. For example, here we can write case for Monday. In this case, we want to console log Monday. Then we can copy paste this code and change it to Tuesday, and so on until the last day of the week. And the last case here, like else, is called default, and we can write here console log not found. As you can see, it is looking kind of similar to if else, but it is a little bit different. Inside if else, we're just writing different conditions inside every single if or if else. Here we're switching by just one specific value, and in our case here it is day. In this day can be anything, and we're checking with different cases what exactly is there. It can be Monday, then we're doing something, it can be Tuesday, then we're doing something else. But as you can see in browser, when I reload the page, we're getting Monday, Tuesday, and not found, which actually means all these cases are there simultaneously, which means we wrote something wrong. What is that? After all our code, in every single case, we must write break. It is extremely important, because if we don't write break, then we're going to the next case. Let's reload the page again. As you can see, we're getting just Monday. Why that? We have here break, which means our code is not continuing after we finished with Monday. And it will make a lot of sense if we put this switch case inside a function. For example, let's create a function show day, and as a parameter we're providing a day inside. And now I want to put the whole switch inside our function. Now we don't need day here on the top, and what we want to do, we want to call this show day function. So I'm just writing show day, and I'm providing here some day, for example Tuesday. I'm reloading the page, and as you can see, we see inside console log Tuesday, because this is a day that we provided inside. Now this day is coming to the switch, and then we're checking it. And you might ask, what is better to use, if else, ternary operator, or switch case? And most often, if you have just a single check, it makes a lot of sense to write a ternary operator. In other case, you will typically write if-else condition. And quite rarely you will use switch case, because first of all it takes a lot of place, you need to cover every single case, you need to write break, and you don't really write here different conditions for every single case, you are just checking here a single property for different values. You already know several data types inside JavaScript like boolean, string or number, But now we need to learn one more, and it is called object. It is extremely useful and popular data type because it represents a place to store different information together. Let's have a look. Here I can create a new const and say it is user. And I'm saying here that this is an object. As you can see, we have here brackets, and inside we're writing key value pairs. What does it mean? We're writing here that our user has a first name, then we put here colon and a string, and it will be, for example, Jack. Now we can create one more key inside this object, and it will be last name. And we can write here sparrow. After this, we can write maybe age, and let's say 30 years old. What does it mean? We created here a user, which is a data type object, and we're creating object by using these brackets, and inside we write key value pairs, which actually means first name, last name, and age are keys of our object, and Jack, Sparrow, and 30 are values of our object. Most importantly, as a value, we can store inside different things. It may be a string, it may be a number, also a boolean or even another object, but we will talk about nested objects later. Most importantly, what objects allow us to do is to group all information of one entity inside this object. For example, if we don't use objects, then we must create 3 different properties, like user first name, user last name, user age. And then all these variables are simply hanging there, not grouped at all. In our case here, all these fields are grouped inside user, and now we can write console log user to check how it looks like. As you can see in browser, we're getting an object and it looks exactly the same. It has brackets and then key value pairs like first name Jack, last name, and age. What we can now do with our object, we can read its values. And typically we're using dot for it, so we're writing user dot, let's say first name. In this case, we're reading the field first name, which is the field of our user. I'm reloading the page and here we're getting Jack. This is how we access different fields inside our object. I can write here age, and then you can see in browser 30. So we create our user, we can read its values. Now we must know how we can add new fields inside our user, or how we can remove fields from our user. Now, if we want to add a field to our object, we can write user dot and then some key that does not exist, for example, role, and we can assign here anything, for example, a string captain. Now let's check what we have inside our user object. As you can see in browser, we have first name, last name, age, but additionally role captain, which actually means we can create new properties inside our object by using dot, then the name, and we simply assign something inside. And essentially, in exactly the same way, we can override a field. For example, we want to override an age. We can write here user.age equals 35. This line will override a value inside our object, and if this key is not there, then it will create it. Let's reload the page. As you can see, we are getting here age 35, which means this single liner overrode our age. And if our age is not there, then it will simply add this key inside. But another question that you might have, okay, we can add keys to our objects, how we can remove keys from our objects? And in order to do that, we are using word delete, then a space, and we are writing here user.age. This means that we want to delete a key, user age, from our user. Let's reload the page. As you can see, age disappeared from here, and now we have just role, first name, and last name, which actually means delete, then space, and then we access a key that we want to remove, in our case age. And the last thing that I want to show you here is a little bit not related to objects, but also extremely useful. And this thing is called string concatenation. What does it mean? Let's say we have 2 strings and we want to create a new string. Let's try to do that now. I want to write here full name variable, and I want to concatenate a first name and last name of our user. I can write here user.firstname plus user.lastname. Essentially, I am using plus just like we used it with numbers, for example. And now here I want to look what is our full name. As you can see in browser, it is Jack Sparrow, but we don't have any space between, which actually means we can concatenate any amount of strings with the plus, and the result will come in a new string which we create here. In our case, it's a full name. And a lot of times we really want to concatenate several strings together, like maybe first name or last name or some message, then we're using plus for it. But now the question is how we can add a space between. This is why we can write here plus, then we can provide a space in a string and one more plus. In this case, we're taking our first name plus space plus last name. Let's have a look. Now we have a nice string, Jack Sparrow. And here is the task that you must solve. You must create a user object with name, role, and age. You also must create a function and provide this object that you created inside this function as a parameter. Inside function, you must check the role of the user that you provided inside, and you must check if the role is admin or not. And if it is an admin, then you must console log, give access. If it is not admin, you are not doing anything. Now just pause the video and try to solve it yourself. I hope you was successful. Let's have a look on the solution. So first of all, we must create our user object, which has several fields. In our case, it's a name, for example, Jack, then role, let's say it is an admin, and our age will be 30. Now we must create a function and provide an object inside. The question is how we will name this function, and we must have a meaningful name so we understand what it does. And what it does, it checks if user is an admin and it shows give access. So we can create here a function check role, and inside we must provide as a parameter our user. Now inside we want to check a role of our user, so we can use here if condition. We already know how to do that. And inside we are checking that user role equals, we already used equals, in our case admin. And if user role equals admin, then we want to console log here give access string, which actually means we created a function check role, we're providing a user inside, and we're checking if user role equals admin. If yes, then we're console logging give access. If no, we're not doing anything. Let's have a look. We must call our check role function and we must provide a user inside. Let's reload browser. As you can see, we're getting a console log give access. If we change our role and write just a user here and reload the page, we won't get any console log because our user is not admin. You already learned how to use a data type object. Another extremely important data type inside JavaScript is called array. And we need arrays when we want to store different data in one place. Let's have a look. For example, here I can create an array, and I'm using here brackets, and I can put inside 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What does it mean? Here we created an array and we put inside different numbers from 1 to 5. What we can do now, we can console log here our array and check how it looks like. As you can see, we have an array with 5 different numbers. So why does it make sense to use an array if we want to store in a single place some data together, but it is not an object? Because essentially inside object, we can't really store 5 numbers. We need to create 5 different keys for that. But in our case, we don't really want some key value pairs. We simply want to throw 5 different numbers together. And in order to access them, we're using square brackets, and inside we're using index. So what is index? Index is a position of our element in this array. Inside the array, everything is started from index 0, not 1, but 0, which actually means our 1 number is situated in the index 0. Our 2 number is situated in the index 1, 3 is situated on the index 2, 4 is situated on the index 3, 5 situated on the index 4, which actually means if we need to read, for example, value 1 from our array, we must put here an index 0. This code will read the value which is inside our array on the position 0. Let's have a look in browser. We're getting 1. As you can see, 1 is our first element. But if we put here an index 1, we won't get our first element. We will get an element 2 because it is on the position of index 1. And we always start with the index 0. Additionally to that, we can store inside our arrays different things. For example, we can say that we have an array of names, and our names are obviously strings. For example, here we can create a string Jack, then comma John, and then string Mike. In this case, we created an array with strings. Now here, instead of this, we can write names, for example, 1. Again, indexes are staying the same, starting from 0, 1, and 2, which actually means inside browser we will get John, because John is the element which is situated on the index 1. Now another question, how we can add new elements inside our array. And in order to do that, we can use a function which is called push. So we're writing here names.push. Here I even have a description. It appends new elements to the end of the array, which actually means we put here round brackets and an element that we want to append. For example, let's write here Bob. What does it mean? It means that our names array was changed, and now at the end of our names array we're getting Bob. Let's have a look. I just console log our names array, reload the page, and we're getting here Jack, John, Mike, and Bob, which actually means if we need to add an element to the array, we're using array.push. We open and close our function, just like we call normal function, because essentially push is just a normal function, and inside we're providing our value, in our case Bob. But here is an important point. It is also possible to throw different types of data inside an array. Let's have a look. As you can see now, we're getting 3 strings and a number. And yes, it is completely possible, but realistically you almost never want to do that, because it is extremely difficult to work with data later if they have a different data type. This is why you must really avoid it and never put different data types inside your array. If you have an array of strings, then keep it like this. You have an array of numbers, also fine. Array of booleans, go for it. Even array of objects is totally fine, but not a mixed array. You can do that, but it typically won't do you anything good. You already know how to add an element to the array, but now the question is how to remove an element from array, and it is more difficult. In order to remove an element, we want to know the index which we want to remove. And we're writing here names.splice, and inside we're providing first of all the index that we want to remove. For example, let's say 2. After this we're writing comma and the number of elements that we want to remove. Let's say 1, which actually means we will remove one element starting from the index 2. Our index 2 is Mike because we have here 0 index, first index, second index. This line will remove one element from our names. Let's have a look. I'm reloading the page and we're getting only Jack and John, but not Mike, which actually means this code can remove by index the element from the array. We can do it even differently by removing multiple elements. We can provide here splice 0, so it is index 0, it is Jack, and now here we can provide 2 elements, and then it will remove for us Jack and John. Let's have a look. We're getting just an array with Mike inside. Now you know a lot about arrays, but the most common use case of arrays is by storing inside objects. Why that? Because typically we are storing something like users inside objects in order to access different properties of the user, like first name, last name, age, and then we have lots of users, which means we must group them somewhere inside, and typically it's an array. Then we can render a list of our users. How can we do that? Let's remove everything and create here users array. And inside array we can store different objects. And in order to create an object, we use brackets, and then inside we're using key value pair. So we can say here that we have a name, for example Jack, and age 20. After this we can create one more object with name John, and the age here will be 25. And then let's create here a name Mike, and the age will be 30. Now here I want to console log our users array. As you can see in browser, we're getting an array with objects inside, and every single object has a name and age, and every single object is accessible by these indexes 0, 1, and 2. Let's try this out. We can write here users 0, this is our first element, dot name, and we're getting access to the name of our user, which stays on index 0. Let's have a look. I'm reloading the page and we're getting Jack. This is the most common structure of the code inside JavaScript because typically we're storing lists of some data like list of users or list of posts with which we are working. And inside our array we're storing objects. And storing objects is totally fine, but they also must have the same set of keys. In other case, you will have problems, which actually means here we're talking about users, and every single user has name and age, and we can easily access any of our users. And here is a practical task for you. You must create an array of objects which are posts with title and likes count, and obviously likes count is a number, and you must add a new post to this array. And the result you must console log. Just pause the video now and try to do it yourself. I hope you implemented it successfully. Let's have a look. What we need to create here is an array of posts. This is why here we're creating an array. And inside we're storing our posts like objects, which actually means we have an object with title. For example, hello JavaScript. And we have likes, and our likes will be just a counter, for example, 10. And I want to create here several posts with title, for example, arrays. And here we will have 5 likes. And the last one, let's make objects with just 1 like. This is how we're creating the list of our posts. Now we want to add a new post inside our array, and we already know what method to use. It is push. This is why we can write here posts.push. And inside we're providing a new object that we want to push. And this is an object with title, for example, if else, and here we have our likes, and our likes will be 2, which actually means we can provide inside our push any data type that we want to push inside our array. Let's console log now the result. I want to see what are our posts, and as you can see in browser we have 4 elements. Here are 3 elements that we already had, and the last one is title if else and likes 2 that we just created. We must also talk about handling errors inside JavaScript. What does it mean? Just imagine that we have a function that takes first name and last name and concatenates them. How can we write such function? We can create a function get full name, and we have here 2 parameters, first name and last name. And this is our error function. What we want to do inside, we want to write return, because we just want to return a value, and we want to concatenate first name plus last name. Just to remind you, we already did that, but we want here also a space between. So this is how this function will look like. Now let's try to call this function and get a result. I want to create here a variable result, and I'm just calling get full name, but I don't provide inside anything at all. And after this, I'm console logging our result. As you can see, what we are getting inside console, undefined. This is essentially not what we wanted at all, because we did not provide our data inside our function, and our function is not working correctly. And actually here we want a space, not just an empty string. What can we do in such case? We somehow need to protect our function, and we must understand that we provided inside first name and last name. This is how we can do that. We can write here a condition if we don't have a first name, so if our first name equals undefined, or our last name equals undefined, then we want to do something bad. First of all, I want to write here console log, some params are not correct. Let's have a look in browser. I'm reloading the page. We are getting console log, some params are not correct, but still undefined is there. Actually, it is already good. We notify developers that they didn't use our function correctly, and we show it to them with this console log. What people typically will do, they will click on the file here on the right. As you can see, I can click it. And what we see is our code. And essentially, it brings us to the line where we see this console log. So here we're inside console. On the right, I'm clicking index.js 3, which means line 3. I'm clicking here, we're on the 3rd line inside this console log. At this moment, person will understand, okay, either first name or last name is not defined. But here is the problem. Console log doesn't really protect our application from continuing to work. which actually means in our case here, our getFullName function can't really work if one of our parameters is not defined. This is simply a broken function now, which actually means console log is not enough for our case. Instead of console log, we must write here throw space new error with big E, and inside we are providing a message, for example, some params are not correct. And this is something completely different. Here we wrote console log, this is just a log inside console, nothing else, but here we are throwing an error inside our application by using keyword throw, then new error, and we're providing inside the string. Let's have a look. I'm reloading the page, and now we're getting an error. It is really an error because our console is red. We don't see an output, so we don't see this console log at all, because after we throwed an error, we did not come here to the return. We have an error inside our application, and here we are showing it. So we have an code error, some params are not correct, and here it happens at getFullName. And this log is extremely important because developers will look and see at what function it is broken. And it is breaking here in the function getFullName on line 3. They are clicking here and they see, okay, we are throwing an error here because our first name or last name is not defined, which actually means it is extremely important to throw errors in order to protect your code. For example, here we are not sure that these values are provided inside. This is why we must throw the error. But let's try to provide them inside. For example, let's write here jack, sparrow, and let's look in browser. We're reloading the page, there is no error, and we're getting jack sparrow. It happens because we provided two correct values inside our function. Now here is a practical task for you. You must create a user with just name field, so no other fields. You must create a function which returns the role of the user. And essentially inside you must provide a user inside this function as a parameter, and your user does not have this role, which means you must cover the case that user does not have this role, and it means that you can't return this role, so you must throw an error. Now just pause the video and try to implement it yourself. So let's do this now. First of all, we want to create a user, and it is an object with just name, for example, Jack. After this, we want to create a function which returns a role. We can name it getRole, and we must provide a user inside as the first parameter. What we are doing inside this function, we simply return user.role because we assume that user has this role. So after this, we can create a new constant result, and we're calling here getRole, and we're providing our user inside. And now let's console log our result. As you can see in browser, we're getting undefined, which is not correct because our user does not have role. And we must protect this case with throwing an error. So we want to check here if our user role equals undefined, then we want to throw new error. And inside we can provide any string, for example, user doesn't have a role. Let's check if it's working. I'm reloading the page, we're getting an error, uncaught error, user does not have a role. And it happens inside getRole because we didn't provide a role inside our function. So this is how you can protect your function, but here I want to show you a small thing which is not really related to throwing errors, but as you can see here we have a problem. We wrote here a string, user does not have a role. And essentially here, if I'm trying to write a single quote, it won't really work if I'm trying to write a quote here on the middle. As you can see, my code is not correct because we are not wrapping our string with quotes. We can't really use a single quote inside our string if we're using single quotes to write our string. We have too many of them and we not really wrap the whole string. What can we do if we want to write a single quote inside our code? We can change these quotes that we're writing outside to double quotes. So we're writing it at the beginning and at the end, and inside we're using this single quote. This code is completely valid and it will work. As you can see here, we don't have any errors, and the string is user doesn't have a role with this single quote inside. which actually means if you need a single quote inside, you are wrapping everything with double quotes. If you want double quotes inside, then you are wrapping it with single quote. Another topic which is extremely important to master is loops. And the most popular loop inside JavaScript is called for loop. Let's have a look. We're writing here for keyword. Then inside round brackets we're writing let I equals 0. Then semicolon, I less than 5 for example, and I plus plus. After this we are opening brackets. Now inside we can write console log I, and let's check what we're getting. As you can see in browser, we're getting in total 5 console logs from 0 to 4. What does this code do at all? As you can see here, we created a loop which will be executed from 0 to 4. As you can see here, we're defining that our initial value of I is 0, and we're saying that our loop is going until I will be less than 5, which means 4. This is why here you can see numbers from 0 to 4. After this, we're writing I++, which means with every single loop, we will add 1 to our I. Now inside, we're console logging our I. What does it mean? This is exactly the construction to make a loop. Why do we want to do the loop? Because we don't really want to write here console log 1, console log 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. And we must write a lot of lines of code in order to achieve exactly the same that we can do with loop. As you can see here, in 3 lines of code, we can achieve the same thing where we need, for example, 50 lines of code. Because if here we will write from 0 to 50, I'm reloading the page. As you can see, we're getting console logs from 0 to 49. In order to write this code without a loop, it will take a lot of time and effort. So this is the most popular type of loop, which is called for, and it allows us to loop from some starting number, and it is typically 0. We rarely use here another number. And here we can write less than number to which we want to loop. And then we're using I++ in order to increase it every single time. Now let's have a look what we can do with our loops. Let's say that we want to loop from 0 to 5, and before I want to create an empty array. So let's create an array, and what we want to store inside is just numbers, which actually means it makes a lot of sense to write here that the name is numbers, and we don't store anything inside. Now inside our for loop, we can push an I inside our array. So we can write numbers push I, and it will add with every single loop this number to the array. Now I want to remove console log and write after our for loop console log for our numbers. Let's reload the page. As you can see here, we got an array from 0 to 4. And this is amazing because, as you can see, loop allows us to fill an array with some data, for example. And here I have a practical task for you, so you can try yourself how to use a for loop. And what you must do is create, first of all, an empty array, then create a for loop from 0 to 10. And with every iteration of this loop, you want to push an object inside the array. And inside this object, we must have 2 fields. It is an ID and name. And inside ID, we will store our I variable, which we increase inside the for loop. And additionally, we will store a name, which will have such format. It must be hello underscore and then I. And I is not a text. This is a variable, which we're increasing with every iteration. So just pause a video now and try to do it yourself. So let's implement this now. First of all, we need an empty array. The question is what we are storing inside. It looks like we are storing maybe users because we have IDs and names. Let's name it users array. And now we're creating our for loop. And here we have an I property, which is 0, and then it is less than 10. And we're writing here I++. Now what we want to do inside, we want to add an object with every iteration, which means it will be push. So here is users push, and inside we're pushing an object. And inside this object we need first of all an ID, it will be our I, and secondly a name. And our name is a string hello underscore and then our I, which actually means we can concatenate here strings hello underscore, then plus, and here will be I. In this case, we will get this specific string hello underscore, and here is I that we are changing. Let's have a look. Here I want to console log our users, to check what we're getting inside. I'm reloading the page and we're getting our array from 0 to 9, which is totally correct, and our IDs are unique starting from 0 to 9, and our name is hello underscore, and here is our number which we increase. You already learned for loop, now we must look on while loop. The idea is exactly the same, we use loops in order to avoid repetitive tasks. Let's have a look on the while loop. We're writing a while keyword, and then inside we have our I less than 10. Now inside we can write some code, and we must write after this I++ to increase it. The most important point, we must create this I variable before our for loop. And what we can do now inside our while, we can console log I. When I reload the page, you can see that we are console logging numbers from 0 to 9. So once again, how it is working? We're creating a variable before our while loop. Typically we're starting it with 0. Then inside our while loop, inside round brackets, we're writing our condition. Like we need to make this loop if I is less than 10. When it equals 10 or it is bigger than 10, then we don't do anything. This is why here we're console logging our I, and we should increase it with ++, because in other case it won't be increased, and it will go forever, which means our while will never stop. And now here is an extremely important point, because all while examples are looking like this. And people are typically asking, how does it make sense to use while, because we have for loop and we can write exactly the same. And you are totally right, this example doesn't have any difference with this example that you already know. Here we are defining our I as 0, I smaller than 10, I++, and then inside we are writing our console log. This code and this code is the same. There is zero differences if you need to use for loop or while loop in this specific case. This is why this while example here is a simple one, but it is bad. Why that? Because it doesn't really show why you need to use while loop over for loop. And in order to understand it, we can do a small change. Instead of I++, we can write here I plus equal 2. What does it mean? It increases I with 2 every single time. And this code is exactly the same like writing I equals I plus 2. So if you see this code or this code, you should not be scared. This is the same thing. The main important point here that we are not increasing our I by 1, but by 2. Let's reload the page. As you can see, we are getting here 0, 2, 4, 6, 8. And this changes everything. Why is that? Because essentially here we don't really know how many iterations we will have, because it depends on I condition. And if I is smaller than 10, then we continue to do our while, but we're increasing our I by 2, which actually means it is not going from 0 to 10 times, it is going less times. This is why here we see it only 5 times, because we increased our I by 2. So the answer why you want to use while over for when you have some condition but you don't really know how many iterations you will have. This is where you can simply write if something is not there yet, like if I is still less than 10, then we're doing our stuff. If not, then not. We don't really know from what number to what number we want to make a loop. In this case, you really want to use while. And here is a practical task for you. You must create an empty array, you must create a while loop until 10, and on every iteration you must add an object with ID I and name hello underscore I and increase I by 3 inside our loop. So just pause a video now and try to implement it yourself. Let's do this now. First of all, we need our counter variable. Let's name it I and we're starting with 0. After this, we want to write our while loop and we're interested in I less than 10. And we also know that we must increase our I by 3 every single time. So here we can write I plus equals 3. And now here is a point. We want to create an empty array and push a new object every single time. So here we can create our array, maybe users again, and now inside we can use users.push and we're pushing inside an object with our ID which is I and the name which will be hello underscore plus I. So our logic is similar to the for loop, but here we're increasing our iterator by 3. Let's have a look in browser. I'm reloading the page, we don't see anything because we need to console log our users array and check what we have inside. As you can see now, we're getting our array and we have just 4 properties inside with ID 0, 3, 6 and 9 and name hello 0, 3, 6 and 9. You already know how to use a while loop. We have another thing inside JavaScript which is called do while, but realistically I almost never use it, so you need to know how it looks like, but typically you will use either for or while. Let's have a look. Here I still have an example of our task that we had previously with while loop where we're pushing our items. We just need to update it slightly to implement do while. So what we're doing here, we're writing do and then we have our brackets with code inside. And here we're increasing I by 3 just like previously. And after our do we're writing while I is less than 10. What does this code mean? We're doing this stuff while I is less than 10, which means it is completely different. In previous example with the while, we're checking first if I is less than 10 and only then we're doing some stuff. In this case, we're doing stuff first and then we're doing our check. Let's have a look. I'm reloading the page and we're getting our array with ID 0369 and here it's the same, which essentially means for this specific piece of code, our code does not look different. So why does it make sense to use do while at all and not just while? So we use while when we want to first check the condition and then run the code. And in case with do while, we will run our code at least once because we're doing our check after. So one time will for sure be there and only then we're checking the condition. But other than that, they are extremely similar. You already learned 3 ways to use loops inside JavaScript. It is for, while and do while. But realistically, on the real projects, we're not using them that often. Does it mean that you should not know how loops are working? Not at all. We're using loops every single day. But we're using them differently. Let's have a look. For example, let's say that we have an array of users and we want to collect names of these users and console log them. How can we do that? We will typically create an array, for example, users, and we know that inside we have objects, for example, with ID 1 and name Jack. Then we have our ID 2 and ID 3 with name John and Mike. So we have our array. How people are typically solving this task by using for loop. You know that you must loop with I 0, 1 and 2 through all our users. How can we do that? We can write here for loop and we know that let I equal 0. This is our 0 index and we're doing it with I less than user's length. And we didn't use user length previously. What length does, it returns for us the length of the array. In our case, user length will return for us 3 because this is the length of our array. And after this, we can write here I++. This is our loop, so we want to loop starting from index 0, then index 1 and index 2, and index 3 we don't have at all. This is why it is not here, which is totally fine, because here is 1 is less than length, not less than equal length. This is why here what I want to do, I want just to console log our users I. What this construction does, our users is an array and I is our index. And our index is starting from 0, 1 and 2. This is why we're console logging all our users. Let's have a look in browser. I'm reloading the page and we're getting console log user 1, user 2, user 3. What we want to do now, we want to collect the names of our users. This is why here we can create an array user names. This is an empty array. And now here inside our for loop, we can push our username of every single user inside. So it will be users I.name. And we can remove this console log. After this, I can console log our usernames to check what we are getting. Let's have a look. I'm reloading the page and we're getting here Jack, John and Mike. What does it mean? We can use a for loop in order to work with the array efficiently. And this is exactly what all people are doing when they don't know different methods inside JavaScript, which can simplify this job for them. For example, the typical use case, you have an array of objects, like here we have an array of users, and we want to read the specific property, like name, from this array. In this case, you can use for loop and use push inside, but you can do also better. This is why I want to comment out this code and write it differently. We want to get here our usernames array, and we're using our users array, and we're writing .map, and here inside we will have a function, and inside it we will get access to every single user. Here is our arrow function, and we want to return here our user.name. After this, I want to console log our usernames to check what we are getting. Let's have a look. As you can see, the result is exactly the same. But this looks for sure for you as a black magic. What we are doing here? We have our users, which is an array, and every single array in JavaScript, doesn't matter which array it is, has a map function. And map function maps through every single user and returns something. So the main usage is to return something new for every single element in our array. And as you can see, we are calling this map function. This is why you can see here round brackets for map. And all this stuff that we are providing inside is a function. And just to remind you previously, in order to create a function, we are writing something like get foo. And here we will have a parameter like a user. And here is our arrow function, and we can return here user.name. So this construction you already know. We have here a function name, then our parameter user, and here our function returns something. Essentially, this stuff and this stuff is the same thing. The only difference is that inside our map, we didn't provide a name for our function. We just directly wrote this construction without a name. And in JavaScript, it is called anonymous function, so function without a name. Which actually means here inside our users map, we're providing a function. All this construction is a function, and what it does for every single element, it returns a name. Which actually means this code on the top is doing exactly the same like this code. So why this code on the bottom is better? First of all, because in order to use for loop, we must create our usernames separately from our for loop, which actually means it is not like we're writing the result of for loop inside our usernames. Our usernames property is completely separated, and our for loop is simply written additionally, and later inside we're pushing elements to our usernames. In our case here, the result of our map is written directly inside our variable, which actually means we can't lose our variable and we can't lose our map. They are tied together. Secondly, we are writing less code. We don't need to create here a let, write in userlens ++ and do push. We simply use a JavaScript function map, which we are using for arrays, in order to return something new for every single element. And essentially, map function is doing exactly the loop. Yes, we are not using here for or while, but it is still a loop. This map function loops through every single element inside our array, and it does something. This is why here I can console log, for example, a user, and you can see in browser that we are getting access to every single user because it is a loop. But most importantly, we must remember that our map must return something new, because if we don't return here anything, then you can see as a result we're getting an array with empty undefined elements, because this function does not return anything. And as a last point, we can simplify this code even more. We can remove here console log and write this return in a single line, because we have here just a single line of code. We can do that by removing return and removing our brackets. And now our code will look like this. What does it mean? This code, if it is written in the same line as an arrow function without brackets, will directly return this value. And in this case, we're writing even less code. Let's have a look. I'm reloading the page. We're still getting our array Jack, John, and Mike. But you can compare this amount of code with this amount of code. And obviously, it is always much better to use a specific JavaScript function to solve your problem than to try and solve it with low-level for loop. Now it is time to make a practical task. Just imagine that you have an array of users with ID, name, and age in every single object. you must create an array of strings for every user with text hello, then the name of the user, for example Jack, with age and the age of this user. Just pause the video now and try to do it yourself. Just like I told you previously, we can implement that in different ways. First of all, we can leverage here for loop, for example, and secondly, we can use here map in order to generate an array of strings. Let's try both methods. First of all, we must create here an array of users, where inside we have objects with our ID, then names, and our age, for example 20. And let's copy this object and create two more records. Here will be ID 2 and 3 with the name John and Mike, and the age will be 25 and 29. Now here, in order to get an array of strings, we must prepare this array. This is why here let's create an array messages, and it is an empty array, and we want to make a for loop. And here we have our let I from 0, and it must be less than user's length, we already did that, and I++ to increase it. Now inside what we want to do, we want to push every single message. So here we will have messages push, and we must prepare our message. So in order to do that, I want to create an additional property here. So let's write a property message, and here we need to concatenate several strings. First of all, it is hello and space, plus here we can write our user, so it will be user's I to get this specific user, plus here again space with age, space, plus, and here will be user's I dot age. And actually here it's not just user's I, because this is an object, here must be dot name. So this is creating for us a message, and now we can push it inside our array of messages. And after this we can just console log our messages to check what we have inside. As you can see in browser, we're getting an array of 3 strings: hello Jack with age 20, John with age 25, and Mike with age 29. This solution is totally fine, but we can do better by using map, because essentially, if we need to return something new for every single element that we have inside an array, this is where we can use map. This is why I want to comment out all this code, and now I want to get our messages by calling map on our users array. And here we have our function, where we have access to every single user. And now inside I want to paste this message, because this code is completely fine. We want to concatenate hello. Instead of this code, it will be just user.name with age, and here will be user.age. And actually we don't even need to store it in the message, we can simply return our message directly back. After this, it is enough to console log our messages array. Let's have a look. It looks exactly the same. But what we are doing here is for every single user inside our users array, we're returning this new line. First of all, it is less code, we're storing our messages directly inside our array, and as you can see, it is easier to read, because reading user's I name is more difficult than reading user.name. This is why obviously it is much easier to use a map function for this specific case than a for loop. You already know how to use map inside JavaScript. Now we need to look on the filter, because this is also a common task that you will be doing every day. And here I already prepared for us an array of users with ID, age, and is active property. And what we want to do now here, we want to get back only our active users. How can we do that? Obviously we can use here our for loop. So let's create here a property active users, and we know that it will be an array. Now we're building a for loop where we have our I starting from 0, I smaller of user's length, and I++. Now inside our for loop, what we need to do, we need to check if the user is active. And if it is active, then we want to push it to our active users array. So we can write here if our user's I, so our current user, dot is active property equals true. Then we want to write here active users push, and we're pushing our users I. Now here let's console log our active users. As you can see in browser, we're getting only 2 records where is active is true, because we filtered it with if condition. But here is a small important thing that I want to tell you. We can safely remove here equals true, it is not needed, because user's I is active is already boolean. It doesn't really make sense to compare true with true, it will always be true. This code is sufficient. And this is the most basic way how you can solve this problem. But it is not the best way. There is another alternative that you don't know yet. So instead of all this code, what we can write here is users.forEach. And actually for each is one more method which is similar to map, for example. We can call it on the array and it just iterates through every single element, which actually means inside we are providing a function and we are getting as a first argument a user, and now we can do something inside. So as you can see, it is extremely similar to map that we already used. And now inside we are writing exactly the same logic. If our user.isActive property is true, then we want to push to our active users. Here is push user. As you can see, this code is extremely similar to our for loop, but it is easier to read. Why is that? Because we don't really need to build a custom loop until user length and do ++. Here we know, okay, users for each is looping through every single item, and we are getting direct access to this item. So it is not user's I, it is just a current user. And we are just checking here user is active, which is easier to read. After this, let's console log again our active users. As you can see in browser, the code is looking exactly the same, which actually means every single time when you want to use a for loop to do something with the array, it makes a lot of sense to use for each instead, because it is easier. But it is still not the best variant, because we can simplify our code by using specific function to solve this specific problem. Instead of this for each, what we can do directly inside active users, we can assign a filter. And filter is a special function for arrays inside JavaScript to filter our data by some condition. In this case here we can write users.filter, and we are providing inside a function. And as a first parameter here we are getting a user, and now we can do something with that. And we want to return here true for any user that we want to get back, which actually means user is active. And this is all code that we must write. What we are doing here, we are calling filter on our users, and inside we are providing this function which returns a condition. And it is typically called a predicate, which actually means if this function that returns a condition is true, then we will have this item after our filter. If it is false, then we will get rid of it. Which actually means if user is active is true, then we will still have this user. If it is false, we won't take it. Let's have a look. We're reloading the page and we're getting exactly the same output. And obviously this single liner is the best because we're assigning our result directly inside property. It is the easiest to read and we wrote the least amount of code. As you already know the filter inside JavaScript, here is a practical task for you. You have an array with users with ID, name and age. You must create a function which gets users as a parameter and returns an array of users which are older than 30. Just pause a video now and try to implement it yourself. I hope you implemented it correctly. Let's check this out. So here I have my array of users and we have different age. What I want to do, I want to change age a little bit, so we have at least 2 users with age bigger than 30. Now we must create a function to get users which are older 30, so let's name it getOldUsers, and we must get as a parameter here our users. And this is our function where inside we must return an array of users which are older than 30. Obviously, we could use here for loop for each loop, but as you already know, the best solution is to use filter method. This is why here we can return our users.filter. We're getting access to every single user inside the function, and we can write here user.age must be bigger than 30. And this single liner will return for us only users where age is bigger than 30. Let's check this out. I want to write a result inside this property, so it is getOldUsers, and we're providing inside our array of users, and we can look on the result in the browser. As you can see here, we got 2 elements, John and Mike, because their age is bigger than 30. And this is how you typically must solve such task. Now it is time to speak about global and local scope inside JavaScript. What does it ever mean? Let's try to create a simple variable here inside our file. It is just a string A. I want to jump inside console, and in browser I want to write a letter A. As you can see here, our variable A exists inside browser and we can access it because it was created in global scope. What does it mean? All variables that we are creating, just like this inside our JavaScript, will land in the global scope because they are not isolated in any way. But now let's create a function. So I want to create a function, for example, getUser. And inside this function, I want to create a variable. Let's create here a variable user. And let's write here Mike as a name. Let's look in our browser. I'm reloading the page and I can type here getUser and I can get full access to this function. You can see it here. Why is that? Because essentially our function is a variable and we also get access to it in our global scope. But here is the thing, we can't write here a user, we will get user is not defined, which actually means our user property that we're defining inside getUser is not in a global scope. Why is that? Because our user is inside a local scope of our function, which actually means every single function creates a local isolated scope where inside we can create variables and they won't be global. This is extremely important to remember. So this user will never be available outside and we can't access this user here. We can access our user only inside our function. But here is one more important point. We can write here inside console log get user, and here I want to console log user variable and a variable. I'm reloading the page and here I want to call our getUser function that we just created. As you can see, what we got here is our string getUser, then Mike and a as a string, which means that our local function has full access to our global outside scope. So our a property was written outside, and our a property is available for us inside our local scope. So it is not like getUser is fully isolated, we still can access everything which was defined outside of this function. But outside we can't access this variable which was defined inside this function. And we can make it even more complicated. Let's create here a function foo inside our getUser. And essentially it is completely possible to do like this, because function is just a variable, we can create a function inside our getUser also. And now here inside I want to create one more property, and it is just a string bar. What I want to write here is console log. I want to mark that this is a foo function. We're console logging here our bar string, our user variable, and our a. And after this, what we want to do, we want to call our foo function. In order to see this foo, we must call our getUser. So I'm writing here getUser, and we're getting two things. First of all, our getUser Mike a. This is this console log, but secondly is our foo function that we just called. It is foo bar Mike and a. What does it mean? Our foo function was nested, but it has full access to all outer scopes. So it has access to local scope with variable bar, but it also has access to user, which was defined in outside function, and also to a, which was created in the global scope. It is time to look on the classes inside JavaScript. So what is classes? Here we want to talk about object-oriented programming, which actually means we want to think in terms of objects. Why that? Let's say that you want to group some logic regarding specific entity in your application. For example, let's say you have an application where you work with users. So user is your entity, and typically you have different functions which are related to user and different data which is also related to user. For example, user can have a first name, a last name, maybe an age, and some functions, which actually means we really want to group all this stuff together so it is all situated in one place. And we probably can use functions for this, but classes allows us to do exactly that, group some data and some functions which are related to specific entity. Let's have a look. For example, here we talked about a user. Let's create here a class user with reserved word class, and the name of the class must be written with capital letter. Now what we can do inside, we can create some function. But this is just a describing of our user. It is not a real user. How we can create a real object user? We are doing that by creating a variable like we did previously, and now we're using here a new keyword and then the name of our class with round brackets. Now let's console log our user and look how it looks like. As you can see here, we are getting our user, which is just an empty object, but here we see that this is a user. And the naming here is extremely important to do things right. First of all, this is our class. This is a description of our entity user. This is our user variable, which we created with new keyword. This is the instance of our class. And essentially, we can create a lot of users by calling new user. And we obviously need here some different name. But the main idea is that we can extremely easy create a user and get all functionality of our class. But obviously, empty class does not bring us anything. We want to provide some data inside our user. So let's say that we want to provide here a name and surname. We can provide here a name Jack and surname Sparrow. But most importantly, our class is not ready to accept these parameters. And in order to accept them, we must create a constructor. So here we're writing constructor, and we're getting first of all our first name and then comma surname, which essentially means if we want to accept some parameters inside our class, like this, we must always use a constructor. This is a special function inside our class with parameters that we want to get. Which means here we can now console log and write constructor, so we know that this is this console log, then first name and surname. Let's reload the page. As you can see, we got here our console log constructor, Jack Sparrow, which means we got these variables inside our class. But here is the problem. We can't really use these variables across our class because we did not store them anywhere. And in order to do that, we must use this keyword. We're writing this dot first name equals first name, which actually means this is essentially the instance of our class. We're assigning here in our user, when we're creating it, with this single liner, the first name inside. Now we can do exactly the same with our surname, and let's have a look in browser. I'm reloading the page, and as you can see, our user instance is looking differently. This is not an empty object, but an object with two fields, first name and surname, which actually means in order to store some information that we passed from the outside inside our instance, we must use this and any name, because this is referencing to our instance. Now we're on the safe side because we stored these properties from the outside and we can use these properties across the whole class, which actually means here we can create some function for our user. For example, let's name this function getFullName, and we know that we want to return here the full name plus surname. But first of all, let's look on this code. As you can see here, we don't have an arrow function like we typically do, because this is not really a function. Yes, it is, but inside class it is called a method, and it is written differently. As you can see, we have a name, then round brackets. Here we can have some parameters, and then we have just brackets, so we don't have here an arrow function. Now what we can do inside, we can return our full name. In order to do that, we can access this first name plus space plus this dot surname, which actually means every single function now has full access to this, which is our instance, and all properties inside. We don't really need to pass anything here inside getFullName. Now inside our console log we can call user.getFullName with round brackets, and it must return for us concatenated name. Let's have a look. As you can see, we got here Jack Sparrow, which actually means, first of all, we're creating our user. This is an instance of our class. We're storing two properties inside, and we're getting full access to all these functions or methods that we created inside this class. For example, getFullName, which works with properties that we passed in this specific user. If I'm creating here another user too, with names, for example, foo and bar, and I will console log here also user2.getFullName, you can see we're getting here full bar string. And it happens because inside every single instance we have different data. So our class user is just a schema of our entity, and instances are exactly data with which we are working. And here is exactly the benefits of using classes. We can store some information inside like this, and we can access it in every single function. This is extremely handy. Also now all properties which are related to our user or all functions which are related to the user we can put inside our class. But it is not all, we can make it even more complicated. I'm sorry for interruption, but I just want to let you know that I have lots of advanced courses on different web technologies where we create real applications and prepare for the interviews. You can find the link in the description box below. Now let's jump back into the video. So we created our user class, we easily can create users, but we can now do thing which is called inheritance. It means that we can create new class which inherits everything from its parent. So I can create here our new admin class, and I'm writing here extends user, and I don't even do anything at all inside this class. And what it does, it simply extends all the functionality, all these lines that we wrote inside our user, which actually means here we can create our admin by calling new admin, and we can provide here, for example, admin name and admin surname. And after this here, I want to call admin dot, and here we have our getFullName function, which we got directly from our user, because our admin does not have any implementation. I'm reloading the page, and as you can see, we're getting our admin name and admin surname, which actually means inheritance allows us to take everything from the parent and just override it if we need to. Because essentially it doesn't make any sense to create a class admin if it does not do anything additionally or does not override something. Then we can simply stick to our user class. But we want to override something, we want to create here a new property maybe and a new function. For example, let's say that our admin additionally also can have a role. How can we do that? We must define here a constructor and say that we are getting here first name, surname, and then role. And now inside we want to call this first name, then surname, and additionally role. And as you can see, this code is super similar to our constructor here, but we fully overrode it because we want to get additionally one more property. Let's check if it's working. I'm reloading the page and we're getting an error. Must call super constructor in derived class before accessing this. What does it ever mean? It means that we must call super method inside our constructor before doing anything. So essentially when we're writing constructor like this, so we want to override it, we must call super function from our parent, because our child admin must first execute the whole constructor of the parent. And for us it is good because we can write here super as a function. This is a special reserved function and it will call exactly this constructor. But in order for it to work, we must provide inside our first name and surname, because this is what this constructor wants to get. After this we can remove this first name assignment and surname assignment, because this line will do it for us. And the only new thing that we are doing is assigning this role from the outside, which actually means here it is not enough to just pass here first name and surname. We also want to pass a role, for example, super admin. Now let's have a look on our admin. As you can see, I console logged it here. I want to reload the page, we don't have an error, and this is how our admin looks like. We're getting here not just first name and surname, but also a role. But most importantly here, if I remove getFullName, we can see that our user2 has just first name and surname, which actually means we didn't touch our user class at all. We extended from it to create an admin class, and here we get a user. And additionally here we can even create a new function, for example getRole, and this function must return for us this .role, which actually means now here we can call admin.getRole, and only the instance of the admin has this method. I'm reloading the page and we're getting here super admin, which actually means we didn't only overrode our constructor, but also we created an additional method which is only available for us in admin. Now you already know how to use classes inside JavaScript. This is why it is time for some practical task. As you can see here, you must create a class article which gets an ID and a title while we're creating its instance. We also must add a method getTitle which returns for us a title. Additionally, we must create a news class which is based on the article class, and it must additionally get a source when we're creating our news instance. Also, we need the method getSource which returns for us a source of this news. So let's pause a video now and try to implement it yourself. I hope that you had success. Let's check it now. So what we need here is our new class article, and we know in order to get some parameters inside this class, we need to create a constructor and provide these fields here. And in our case, it is ID and title. But we can't really access these properties inside our instance if we don't save them. This is why here let's save ID inside this, so this ID equals ID, and do exactly the same with our title. Now these properties are saved, but we need an additional method getTitle, which must return for us a title. So let's create our getTitle and return here this .title. And don't forget this, because only through this we can access this property. Let's have a look. Here I want to create an article by calling new article. And we must provide inside an ID, for example, string1, and title learning JavaScript. After this, I want to just console log our article to check if it's correct. As you can see here, we're getting our article with ID1 and title learning.js. Now we can also test if our getArticle function is working. Let's reload the page, and as you can see, we got here learning JavaScript. But our next step is to create a news class. So after our article, let's create a class news, and we see that it must be based on our article class, which means we must use here extends article. And with that, we're getting all the stuff from our article, but we must provide an additional parameter inside constructor, which is a source. This is why here we must create a constructor, and we're getting here an ID, then title and a source. And inside our constructor, we first of all must call super, because this is a child class, and we must provide inside an ID and title, which actually means our ID and title are already set. After this, we want to set our source, so this source equals source. And the last thing that we're missing is a method getSource. So let's create here a getSource method, and I want to return here this .source that we created. Let's check if it's working. I want to create here news, which is new news, and we must provide inside an ID, for example, 2, then title, something happened, and last is our source, for example, http google.com. After this, I want to console log our news that we just created. I'm reloading the page, and as you can see, we're getting news, ID2, title, and source, which means this part is working. Let's check that getSource is there. As you can see, we're getting both getTitle from the article and getSource from our news class. I'm reloading the page, and we're getting here our link. Now we must talk about math in JavaScript. And here you for sure might be scary if you don't like math, or you really think that programmers are using math every single day, and you might be proficient in math in order to be a really good developer. This is not true at all. Obviously, there are some tasks and projects where you need math and huge calculations, and maybe even knowing some formulas. But in lots of projects you don't need that at all, and you might not use math even once there. But nevertheless, you must know at least how to use math operators inside JavaScript, and here I want to show you several easy examples. So in order to use some math methods, we're using a word math with big M. As you can see here, we're getting a huge object with lots of different variables and different functions that we can use. For example, here we can use math p and see the p inside, but realistically we're not using that at all. This is why I want to show you only things that we're typically using. And what we need quite often, if we have some math calculations, is rounding of our numbers. For example, we have math round, and we can provide inside a number that we want to round. As you can see, if we don't provide anything, we're getting back not a number. This is why we must provide like 10. As you can see, we're getting 10 back. But if I'm providing here 10 dot, for example, 1000, we still get 10 because it is rounded. If I'm providing 9.99, I am getting 10. This is how rounding is working, and it is quite useful. Additionally, we have two different ways of rounding. This is ceil and floor. And ceil rounds up. For example, if we have 9.99, it rounds to 10. But if we're using math floor instead, it rounds to the lower number, which means it will be 9. And sometimes you might want to simply cut the floating digits and not round at all. In order to do that, you can use trunc, so truncate. And for example, you have here 9.99. It doesn't do anything at all, it simply returns you the integer by cutting numbers after the dot. In some cases, you might want to get an absolute number. For this, you can use math.abs, and you are providing there something which is negative, for example, minus 50. As you can see here, we're getting just 50. And two more methods which can be really handy is math minimum and math maximum. So math minimum is a function where you can provide several arguments like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it gives you the minimum argument in the list. In exactly the same way, you can provide here maximum, and it will return for you the maximum number in the list. And one of the most popular methods that we're using a lot is called math.random. And essentially it just returns for us a floating number which is completely random, which actually means with every single call we're getting a new number. And again, you don't really need to remember all these methods just now. If you need them, you can really Google like how to round a floating number inside JavaScript, and you can easily find the specific function. You just need to remember, okay, we have map, I can write map.some function and call it for my usage. Now we start the most important part of the video. Why that? Because here you will learn how you can communicate from JavaScript with DOM. And just to remind you, this video is not about CSS or HTML. This is why I assume that you know them on some level to understand basic concepts. This is why here you will learn how JavaScript can interact with our page and change it. As you can see here inside my project, here is how my HTML looks like. It is just a head with title, a body with h1 tag, and the script index.js which we're using. And the first thing that I want to show you is how to find elements which already exist in JavaScript. For example, here we can inspect this element, and in our elements you can see that we're getting h1 tag. How can we find that? In order to do that, we're creating a variable because we want to store it somewhere. So we can write here that the variable is h1, and we're writing here document.querySelector, and inside we're writing our selector. In our case, it will be h1. So essentially we can select anything on the page, doesn't matter if it's a tag, a class, an ID, an attribute, by using document.querySelector. And inside we're providing a selector that we want to find. And after this I want to just console log our h1 variable that we created. Let's reload the page. As you can see, we got exactly that. This is just a reference to the DOM node. This is why when I'm hovering on it, it is exactly the same like this hovering here. And what I want to do now, I want to add here an ID, for example, title, and additionally a class title. And in a lot of tutorials in the internet, you can see things like, for example, document.getElement by ID, by name, by class, or by tag. This is all functions which we're never using in the real project. It doesn't really make any sense to use them at all because we have query selector. It can select anything on the screen. It doesn't really make sense to use different methods. This is why just forget about all other methods that you can use to find DOM nodes. You just need one. If you need to find by ID, you simply provide here an ID title that we just created we're reloading the page, and we're getting our h1 with ID and class. We can write here instead of ID a class, so we're writing here dot title. I'm reloading the page, and again we're getting our element, which actually means we can simplify an element by class, by tag, by attribute, whatever you need. And additionally to that, I must show you how to find a lot of elements. And in order to do that, we can write here query selector all, and it will find for us an array of such elements. Let's have a look. This is not h1, this is h1s, and we also need to update it here. Let's reload the page. As you can see, we're getting here a node list. What does it mean? When we're finding a single element, it's a node of our HTML. But if we're finding a list of these elements, this is a node list. This is just an array where on 0 index we're getting DOM node h1. Which actually means if I'm jumping to HTML and I'm creating one more h1 tag and I reload the page here, you can see that we found two nodes, first of all on index 0 and second on index 1. Which actually means in order to find elements on the screen, you either use query selector or query selector all, depending on what you want to get back. Now let's revert our code. I want to remove h1, so we have just one h1, and I want to use here query selector and not query selector all. So we got here our DOM node. Now we can do something with that. For example, we can update a text inside. We can write here h1.inner HTML equals, and we can provide here whatever we want. For example, we updated it in JavaScript. Let's reload the page. As you can see on the screen, it was directly changed by JavaScript, which actually means we're reloading the page. And as you can see, there is a blinking. And this blinking is there because first of all, we rendered just normal markup, and it was rendered like Monster Lessons Academy, but then our JavaScript was loaded after we rendered our DOM node and we changed it within HTML. This is why it is blinking, but this is totally fine because all our changes with JavaScript will be applied on the screen afterwards when this JavaScript is executed. So we're using inner HTML if you need to update an HTML or text inside our element. Here are several more things that we can do with our DOM node. We can write here, for example, h1.setAttribute, and we can provide here an attribute that we want, for example, foo, and the value of it will be bar. Let's have a look. I'm reloading the page, and as you can see here, the new attribute foo equals bar was added to our h1 tag. So we're using setAttribute in order to add attributes. Additionally, we can use here remove attribute, and we're providing inside the attribute that we want to remove. In this case, it will be foo. But obviously we don't have such attribute, so we need to add it first. And here I want after our class to create an attribute foo, which equals bar. In this case, our code must remove it. Let's reload the page. As you can see here, we don't have this attribute anymore because it was removed with this remove attribute. Another thing that you might want to do is creating new DOM nodes in your markup. How can we do that? In order to test this, I want to just remove everything, just leave here h1 tag, and I want to create here a div with class, for example, list. And I don't want to create anything inside it. Now I want to jump back in my JavaScript, and I don't really want all this stuff. I want first of all to find a list. And here we can create a variable list. As you can see here, I used a class, which I highly recommend you to do. It is not the best idea to use tags or IDs we typically use in the real project classes to find our elements. So here we found our list, but how we can add new elements to it? First of all, we must create an element. And in order to do that, we can create new element. This is just a variable, and we can use here document.createElement. And create element creates a specific element. And here we can say what tag we want to create. For example, let's create inside our list just a div. Now here we can do anything with this new element. For example, we can use here setAttribute that we used previously and write here, for example, ID1. After this, we want to attach this DOM node to our tree because we created it, but it is not in our tree yet. And we can write here list.append child, and inside we're providing a DOM node, and it is our new element. which means list is the DOM node, which we already have and we found it, and we want to append a child inside. This is why here we're using append child function, and we're providing inside an element that we created. Let's reload the page and check. As you can see here in our element, we have div class list, and inside we created a D with ID 1, but it is completely empty. We actually can add some value inside by calling new element dot inner HTML or inner text, whatever you prefer, and we can say here we created it in JavaScript. Let's reload the page. As you can see here inside div, we put inside text, we created it in JavaScript. So what you learned here is, again, we used set attribute, inner text if you want to set a text, not HTML, create element to create new element, and append child to add an element to our list. And the last thing that I want to show you is adding events to different elements on the screen. For example, here let's jump inside our HTML, and after div I want to create a button, let's say with class submit. And now let's close our button, and inside let's name it submit. And let's say what we want to do when user clicks on our submit button, we want to add new element on the screen in this list. This is why I want to jump inside our JavaScript file, and first of all we must find this element where we want to click. This is why here let's name it a button variable, and we're using here document query selector, and we're getting it by class button. And in order to add a listener of click to our button, we're using button.addEventListener. And inside we must provide first of all which type of listener it is. Typically we're using here click event, and our listener is a function. And as you can see again, we wrote here an anonymous function without a name, just like we provided previously inside map or filter. Now here what we can do is just write console log clicked to check if it's working. I'm reloading the page here, and as you can see we're getting an error, cannot read properties of null reading add event listener. And it means that our button was not found, this element is not there, and it is correct, because just to remind you, inside HTML the class is submit, it is not a button. So let's change here a class to submit. This is our button, and we're adding here an event listener. Let's reload the page, there is no error here, I'm clicking on submit button on the screen, and we're getting console log clicked. This is how we're creating clicks in JavaScript to react to user events. And let's say that with every single click we want to append a new child to our list. As you can see here, we previously just did all this code here on the top, but now I want to just move it inside our add event listener, which actually means yes, here on the top we're getting our list, but inside we're creating a new element, we're setting its attribute in a text, and we're appending it with every single click. Let's check if it's working. I'm clicking here, we created it in JS. I'm clicking again and again, and all these elements are being appended as children inside our list. Let's have a look. Here is our list, and we appended all this stuff inside our list. And most importantly, we did it by clicking on our button. Now you know the basics of working with DOM inside JavaScript. This is why here I want to show you how we can work with register form inside JavaScript as an example. As you can see inside my HTML, I prepared this form. It's just a plain HTML form with divs and inputs for email, username, password, and our submit button. This is a typical form that you would use, for example, for registration. So our goal now is to cover it with JavaScript and use all fields to read their values. Let's have a look how can we do that. First of all, as you can see, all our inputs are already on the screen, so we can read them. But actually inside HTML I didn't create any classes. This is why I want to add a specific class for every input that we want to read. Here can be class email, or even better email input with camel case. Camel case is not mandatory, but I really like to create my classes like this. Here is class username input, and the last one is class password input. And we also have here a submit button, but I don't really want a class here, I want a class on our form, because this is what we want to submit. So let's create here a class register form. So this is fine for now. Let's jump inside JavaScript and get all these elements. First of all, we're getting our register form, which is our document query selector, and we're getting a class register form. Now we can copy it 3 times and get all the inputs. First of all, it will be email input, and here we're using our class email input. Now here will be our username input, so here will be also a username input string. And the last one is password input, and on the right then we will have our password input. It is already good, we found all elements that we need. But now what we want to do is to handle the submission, because we don't really want to have a click handler on our button, because we can submit our form typically when we are typing something and just hit enter. And as you can see here, what happens is that my page was reloaded automatically. Why it happens? Because this is the default behavior of HTML. When our form is submitted, there is a post request on the URL that we are providing inside. The main problem is that when we are working with JavaScript, we typically block the default behaviors of the form because we want to fully cover them with JavaScript and, for example, send an API request to our backend. But we will do it in a later sections. What we want to do now, we want to add a submission event to our form. This is why here register form, add event listener, and here will be submit. Just to remind you, previously we used here click, and here is our submission callback. So I want to write here console log submit. Let's reload the page and try to click on the register. And as you can see inside console, there is a blinking submit, but then our page is being reloaded fully. This is exactly what I told you, it's a default behavior of sending a post request of the form. We don't want that. This is why here inside our callback we're getting an event. You can write here word event, or you can typically see here just a letter E. For clarity, let's write event. And now here I can write event.prevent default. And this is the super popular function that we're using because we typically want to prevent a default behavior of HTML. And this line does exactly that. Let's have a look. I'm reloading the page, I'm clicking on register, and now we see our submit, and our page is not reloaded. Our next step, what we want to do is read all these values inside our inputs when we're submitting our form. And it is extremely easy to do. We can write here inside our console log email input dot value, and it simply returns the value inside this input. After this we need username dot value, and the last one is our password dot value. Let's reload the page and click again. As you can see here we got submit, but all these strings are empty. This is why we don't see anything. If I'm writing here email, then username and password, and I'm hitting here register, as you can see we got inside submit 3 values, email, username and password, because this is what we typed inside our form. And this is how you can typically read values from your form inside JavaScript. But this is not all. We can do a lot of stuff, because essentially we're inside JavaScript and we can manipulate our DOM how we want to. For example, we can build a validation here inside our registration, and we can check that if our email input dot value is not there, which means it's an empty string, so we check it with equals empty string, then first of all I want to console log here email is empty. Let's reload the page and click here, and as you can see we got console log email is empty. What we typically want to do with client validation inside JavaScript, we want to either highlight somehow this field or write some text additionally inside. And this is exactly what I want to do. So we have here our email, this is our input, and we can just attach a span near this input with error message. And in order to do that, what I want to access here is our email input, and here we can use parent node to get the parent of our email. Let's have a look. I'm reloading the page, clicking register, and here what we are getting is our div, which actually means this is a parent of our input. This is exactly what we want because we want to add child inside this div, so append. This is why what I want to do, I want to create here an error message, and I will use here document.createElement, and I want it to be a span. And inside within a text, I want to assign email is empty as a string. And now we just need to append to our email input dot parent node, so to the div, our error message. So here will be append child, and we're providing inside an error message that we just created. And we can remove this console log, we don't need that anymore. Let's reload the page, hit here register, and as you can see, email is empty text just appeared here. And essentially this is not just some text, we really created a span here next to our input inside our form. And exactly the same code we could build with our username and password just by copying this if and changing email input to our username input or password input. But this is not all. Essentially what I want to show you is how to remove this node later. Because after we are typing something inside our email and hit register, we still see this email is empty, which actually means this DOM node is there and it is never removed. Obviously this is not good. We want to remove this span every single time when we are registering user again. So we run the validation again. Which actually means before this if condition, we want always to remove all our error messages. And we might have more than one error message if we will build them for all our fields. This is why in order to solve that, we can add a class to our error message. So in order to add a class inside JavaScript, we can use class list.add, and inside we're providing a class that we want to use, for example, error message. Now here when I reload the page and I click register, we can inspect the span and we can see here the class error message, which actually means now we're able to get all these error messages class and remove all these elements. This is why before our if, I want to find all our error messages. So here is error message, this is an array, not just a single element, and I'm using here document query selector all to find all of them by class error message that we know will be there. Now here we want to loop through all these error messages and remove each of them. And actually we can easily do that by using for each. And just to remind you, we're using for each on the array in order to do something with every single element. So here we also have for each, and here we have access to every single DOM node error message, and we can remove it. This is why inside our for each we can write error message dot remove. So this single line will remove every single error message that we found inside our array. Let's have a look. I'm reloading the page, I'm clicking on register, email is empty, I'm typing something here and click register. And as you can see, it disappeared because this code will remove all our error messages at the beginning of submission. And just for the sake of clarity, I want to show you how we can add these error messages to two other fields. And this won't be the cleanest code because I simply want to show you how it is done. We will talk about optimizing our code later. This is why here, after email input, we can create our username input. We'll also check if it is now empty, and then we're writing inside username is empty, and we're appending it to our username input with append child error message. And exactly the same we can do with our password. So it is a password input, here is a text password is empty, and here will be password input append child. Let's have a look. I'm reloading the page, I'm clicking register, and we got three different fields. Password is empty, and this is why the value inside submit is also empty. Now let's write something meaningful. Here is my user foo with some password. I'm hitting here register, our validation is not there anymore, and inside submission we got three fields. So here we learned really a lot on the real example. First of all, we can get elements with query selector, we can add a listener with submission of our form, we get access to our event, where we typically will use prevent default to prevent default behavior. We can also get all our error messages and with for each remove them. Additionally, we can check the value inside every single input and append an error message inside if we need that. And this is how we typically use JavaScript in order to work with forms on the client side. You already learned a little bit how to communicate with DOM inside JavaScript, how to bind events and change stuff on the screen. Now it is time for the practical task. And this is what you need to implement. You need to create a to-do list project, but extremely simple. We need an input where we can type and submit our new to-dos. Under the input we are rendering the list of these to-dos that we added. We can also remove every single to-do by clicking on the cross near our item. So just pause the video now and try to implement it yourself. I hope that you tried to implement it yourself. Let's do this together now so you can compare the code or understand how to make it correctly. And we must start here from our markup because we must prepare all our divs and classes for JavaScript. First of all, what do we have? We must create an input, but we are submitting it, which actually means we don't create additionally a button. This is actually a form, which means we want to create here a form, and inside we will have just an input field. So input type text and maybe placeholder add to do. What I want to do here is to attach a class form or maybe to do form, and on input let's attach a class to do form input. After our form we need a list of our to-dos. This is why here will be a div, and let's add here a class to do list. Essentially this is enough for us to render all needed information because all other stuff we will do inside JavaScript. So let's look in browser. As you can see, we have here add to do. We can type something and hit enter, and our page is being reloaded because this is a default form behavior. What we want to do now, we want to jump inside our index.js and find all these elements. This is where on the right I will open our HTML. So first of all, here we need our to-do form, and we're using here document query selector, and we're finding our to-do form element. Now we can do exactly the same for our to-do form input, where our class will be to-do form input, and last here is our to-do list with the class to-do list. So we successfully found our element. Now we must bind an event to submit our form. This is why here we can write to-do form dot add event listener, and here we have our submit. And here we have a callback, we're getting our e or event. And here inside I just want to console log our event so we can check that it is working. Let's reload the page. Here is our input. I'm typing something and hit enter. As you can see, we saw something inside console, but our page was reloaded, just like with register form that you already saw. This is why here we must write event.preventDefault to prevent the default behavior. I'm reloading the page, typing something in our input and hitting enter, and as you can see, we are getting our event inside console. Now what we want to do here, we want to read a value of our input. This is why here we can console log our to-do form input that we already have dot value, and let's check what we have inside. I'm reloading the page, typing something, and we're getting this value inside our console, which actually means we already have something to work with and create new elements inside our list. This is why here what we want to do, we want to create a new element. So here let's create a to-do by using document create element, and we want it to be a div. And now inside I want to provide a markup and not just text. This is why here to-do in HTML equals, and here will be a markup, because I want to render here two spans. First of all, a first span, and inside it I want to render this text. So we can write it like this. We have two strings and we want to concatenate them, and between them we're writing our variable to-do form.value. And after this, what I want to do, I want to append this item to our to-do list. So to-do list.append child, and we're providing inside our to-do that we created. Let's reload the page and type something again. I'm hitting here enter, and as you can see, with every single enter, all our items are being created on the screen right after our input. And this is what we're getting, div and span. This is exactly what we wanted. Now I want to show you one of the features of modern JavaScript, which allows us to put variables inside strings easier. As you can see here, we are concatenated span with our value plus one more span, and it is not super readable. We can write it in a different way. We can use this special ticks on the keyboard, which is also a string, and we can write inside span just like normal. But what it allows us to do, we can put here inside our variable. I can write here dollar and then brackets, and we're writing here to do form.value. So this construction and this construction is the same, but in this case here we have the whole string written, and we just put inside our variable with dollar and brackets. So here we don't need pluses and we don't need concatenation of variables and strings. So let's live with this approach. But additionally later we want to create here a button to delete our to-do. This is why here let's create one more span, and I want to add here a class delete to-do with cross inside. Let's reload the page, type something and hit enter. And as you can see now, after our name we have X. And the only thing that I'm missing before we will start, I want really to clear our input every single time when we submit our form. So essentially after all this stuff, what we want to do, we want to write to-do form input.value, this is our value, and assign here an empty string. Let's reload the page, I'm typing something here, I'm hitting enter, and now our input is clear, and now we can type something again. After we appended our to-do, we want to attach a listener on our cross, which essentially means for every single item we are attaching an event listener. How can we do that? We can try to find this specific delete to-do cross of this item. In order to do that, let's find delete to-do button, and we can do that by using to-do.querySelector, and inside I am providing delete to-do. What does it mean? We are not using here document query selector, but we are using here to-do query selector, which essentially means we can use query selector on any element to find something inside it. We don't really need to write here our document. And here I missed dot because this is a class to find our element. Let's console log our delete button to check if it is really working. I'm reloading the page and I'm jumping inside console. I want to add here an item, and as you can see we're getting a reference to our cross. And now we can add a listener to our cross. So I can remove this console log and write delete to do button, add event listener, and here will be a click event. And what we want when we click on it, we want to remove this element from the screen, which essentially means we want to remove the whole to do, and this is our div. And we can write here delete to do button dot parent element, and we are finding our parent dot remove, and it will remove this specific node and obviously all its children. Let's have a look. I'm reloading the page. I'm typing something here. We have our item. Here is our cross. I'm clicking on the cross and the whole item is being deleted. We can check it in our source. As you can see, we have form input but no item. So let's create something here once again, and now we can remove specific item, but not all of them, because we're removing exactly the item to which we have a reference. So as you can see, in 20 lines of code, it is completely possible to write a small to-do list. There is one important topic that you must know inside JavaScript, but it is quite difficult for beginners. They are not really understand it correctly, and they don't really understand how to use it. This is why be aware, it is totally fine. If you don't grasp it from the beginning, it will come with time. You don't really need to use it directly when you just started learning JavaScript. And I'm talking here about the topic which is called closures. Let's have a look. Here what I want to do, I want to create a function, private secret, and it doesn't have any arguments at all. What I want to do inside, I want to create a secret property which I will set to foo. And now what I want to do, I want to return also a function. And this function will return for me a secret. So again, what we are doing here, we created a function private secret, just normal arrow function like we already used. We created a variable inside this function and we returned a string secret. But it is not just returning a string, we are returning a function which returns for us a secret string. How does it look in browser? We can type here private secret and round brackets. And as you can see, what we are getting back is not a string, it is a function, because we returned here a function, which actually means we can call this function again. I put brackets once again and we are getting our string foo. And this notation might be really confusing for you, because you never saw a pair of brackets and then one more pair of brackets. But essentially this is the same stuff like writing const result equals private secret. This is just a call, and now our result has inside also a function, and we can just call it and get back foo. So essentially this is just a function that returns a function. What can we say about closures? And we already had a video regarding scopes like global scope and local scope. And I said there that inside functions we have a local scope, which actually means that this variable secret is only available inside our function private secret, and it is not available outside. Nobody can ever read this const secret foo if it is not exposed outside, which actually means it is for sure isolated inside. But as you saw here, we're returning a function which returns this secret string, and in this case we can return it to outside without really exposing this secret string. What does it mean? Here we can create our result where I am calling private secret, and at this moment our variable secret exists. We don't really see it, but because we have a reference to this result, so as you can see in browser, there is a reference where we have a variable result inside our JavaScript. This secret property is not destroyed yet. And just for you to know, when our function is already being executed and it is finished, our property inside will be destroyed by JavaScript because it is not needed anymore. But not in this case. Why not? Because essentially this result stores inside this function that we returned and this secret variable. Because essentially our result is a function which uses secret variable, so JavaScript can't remove it. And what it allows us to do later, when we need, we can call our result function, reload the page, and we're getting this full string. And now here is a little bit of help to you to understand closures better. What I want to do, I want to write inside console dir, so not console log, but console dir, and inside we're providing our result. Just to remind you, result is a function which stores our secret. Let's have a look. Here we have our function as an object, but most importantly for us, we have scopes. We can open here scopes and we see different things. We see here global, script, and we also see here closure. And this is exactly closure about which we're talking. As you can see inside closure, we're storing the secret string. And this secret string exists while this result exists inside our code. Let's write another example of closure so you understand it better. I want to remove all this code and create here a private counter function. And what this function does, I want to create a count inside which will be private. And here I want to return an object with two different functions. First of all, it will be an increment function where we just assign an arrow function, and we can do count plus plus, so we're increasing it on 1. And additionally here I want to create getValue function, which is also an arrow function, and here I want to return our count. The only thing that you might be curious about, we used here arrow functions as a value inside our object, but this is totally fine. We have here keys just like in normal objects, and as a value we can use whatever. It can be string, it can be number, and it can be also a function like here. And what it allows us to do, we can create here our counter by calling private counter. Let's just console log what is our counter. This is not some result. As you can see here, this is an object with two functions, getValue and increment. And what we can do here, we can write counter.increment, which will increase our counter. For example, we can call it 3 times. And after this, we can write counter.getValue, which will return for us a value. Let's reload the page. As you can see here, we got 3. What does it mean? We created inside our private counter a count, and this is exactly our value inside closure. Now here we're returning an object with two different functions, and both of them are using this private variable. How they are using it? Because inside their local scope they have access to the parent scope, so they can read this value. Outside we can't really read this value because it is inside function, but here we can because it's a parent. But essentially this count is not exposed outside at all. We can access it by calling getValue because it still has a reference, and we can increase it inside our increment. And again here what I can write is console dir counter. And as you can see, we have here an object, and for example inside getValue we have scopes, and inside scope we have a closure with count 3. And exactly the same we see inside our increment scopes, and here inside closure we see a count 3. And here is the standard phrase, which is closure, that you can find on the internet. A closure is a function having access to the parent scope even after the parent function was closed. This is exactly the case with this example or with previous secret string. So here we have a function which has access to the parent scope, so this is our functions which have access to our property count, which is inside closure, even after parent function is closed, which essentially means as they're using this function, so this function is in closure, this function is not destroyed yet. And I totally understand that this topic might be dry and not really clear for you. You won't really use it on the simple examples when you begin your JavaScript journey, but you will for sure use it later. Quite a long time we wrote all our code just in normal index.html and JavaScript file. And we opened inside our browser index.html and we simply have some content. And our project is kind of working. But it can't go like this forever. Why is that? Because first of all, index.html is opening inside our browser like a file. And we can't do lots of stuff with the files, like for example API calls, imports, and a lot of different stuff. And these are all safety measures of the browsers. This is why we must have a proper web server where we have an index.html page and our JavaScript. Additionally, we can use their modules, and about modules we will talk a little bit later, but I just want to let you know that it is not enough to use an HTML page and a JavaScript to write JavaScript normally, which actually means we need something better. And in order to achieve this better, we must first install Node.js on your machine. If you have no idea what is Node.js, this is a possibility to write JavaScript inside console to start, for example, web servers, and this is a typical dependency for lots of different packages in JavaScript world. Which actually means if you're working with JavaScript, you must install Node.js. Here is the official website, nodejs.org. You can install either LTS version or current. I highly recommend you to always install LTS. All features will work there, but it is more stable. You can install it on any operational system, download, install with next, and you're good. After this, in order to check that your Node.js is installed, you must open a terminal and write inside node-version. And as you can see here, I'm getting a version 18, which is totally fine. It can be newer version for you. It is also good. And now you for sure have a question, okay, what is terminal? How I can start the terminal to write some commands? And there are different possibilities depending on which operational system you are. If you are on Linux or macOS, you already have a nice terminal that you can start and write their commands. If you are on Windows, you have several possibilities. The default terminal is not the best one, but you first of all can open a terminal inside VS Code itself if you are using VS Code. If no, there is a project which is called cmd. You can download it for free on cmd.app, and this is how it looks like. It also allows you to run different commands inside your terminal. So our first command here is node-version, and if you got some output, it means that you successfully installed Node. Now the tool that I want to show you is called Vite, and it is extremely popular tool nowadays to generate for us an empty project with different front-end technologies, like for example plain JavaScript or TypeScript or React framework, Vue framework, and others. What it does for us? First of all, it will reload our project every single time when we're saving our files. This is handy. Secondly, we will have a normal URL like localhost and some port, and not this file, because this file is not really usable for normal projects while we're developing locally. Additionally, we will have all JavaScript important stuff out of the box inside Vite that you will see later. The question is how to install Vite. And as you can see on the official website, in order to install Vite, we can use npm create Vite latest. And actually npm is installed together with Node. This is exactly why we installed it. So I can write inside console npm create Vite latest. As you can see here, we don't provide anything. I will provide here a dot because I want to install it in our current folder. I'm hitting here enter, and as you can see, we're getting a message. Current directory is not empty, please choose how to proceed. And I really want to remove all my files that I have locally and just set up here Vite. This is why I'm hitting enter, and here we can select a framework that we want to use. It is either vanilla, which means plain JavaScript, Vue, React, Preact, Lit, Svelte, and so on. We're not interested yet in all this stuff. We will select vanilla. Here we have two possibilities, TypeScript or JavaScript. We're selecting JavaScript and we're done. Our project is already generated, but as you can see here, we must run two commands. First of all, npm install, and it will install all dependencies of Vite so we can start working. And secondly, we must run here npm run dev to start our web server. And as you can see, here is a command, Vite is ready. Here is our URL with which we can open our project. Most importantly, this command inside terminal must hang. You should not close it. While it is working, we can work with our project. So what I can do now, instead of this file that we used previously, I can just paste this HTTP localhost and the port. And this is what we're getting here. So I will close our console, and we're getting here hello Vite, and here is Vite and JavaScript, and we have some counter that we can click. Let's have a look on our code. As you can see here, we have lots of stuff. We have here node modules, which are all dependencies of Vite. We are not looking there now. We have here an index.html, just like a normal project. We can write here our markup. And as you can see, here is the script source main.js. This is where we will write our code. As you can see, here is our main.js with lots of code. We don't need this at all. I will remove everything and just write console log hello JavaScript. Additionally, here, as you can see, we have style CSS. We don't want any styles. I will just remove style CSS. And JavaScript SVG, we also don't need it. And also we don't need here counter JavaScript. This is just an example. Now let's check if it's working. I'm reloading the page. Our page is empty, and inside console we're getting hello.js. Now is the crucial part. We can jump inside main.js, change our console log, just save this file, and without page reloading, you can see that console log was updated because it automatically updates our web server. This is why in the later sections of this video we will use Vite, because this is the correct way to work with JavaScript, and it creates for us a web server which is much better than just using a plain file. We already set it up Vite in order to continue developing with JavaScript. And as you can see here, we have just a single file, main.js, where we can write lots of our stuff. But realistically, in a big application, we don't write all our code in a single file. We split code in different files, so it is easier to maintain, read, and reuse. And in order to achieve that, inside JavaScript, we're using modules. And typically you can hear the name like ECMAScript modules, ECMAScript 6 modules, or just modules. If you don't know, ECMAScript 6 and JavaScript is the same thing, and version 6 was the first version where we got modules. So let's try to use modules now. As you can see here, I have main.js, and this is the main entrance inside JavaScript in my project. What I can do here, I can create one more file, and let's name it utils.js inside our root. I want to jump here and create a function. For example, let's create a function which maps a name of the user. Let's name it getUsersNames, and we're getting here an array of our users. Now what we're doing inside, we're just returning users.map. We're getting access to every single user, and here we can map user.name. This is just a normal function like we already wrote inside JavaScript. The only difference what we want to do now, I want to put here an export keyword before our const, which actually means we have here export const and then our function. This single word says that our function can be exported, which means we can use it outside. Now we can jump back inside our main.js, and on the top of our file we can write import, then brackets. Here we have our function getUserNames from, and here will be a path to this file. In our case it is ./utils because this file is situated near my main.js. After this, what I can do is get a result. So let's name it usernames. And here we are calling our get usernames, where we are providing an array of objects. And let's say here we have ID and name will be Jack. And after this, inside my console log, I want to see our usernames. Let's reload the page. As you can see, we are getting a username Jack because here we had just a single user. Most importantly, we didn't define this function here. We defined it outside inside utils and we imported it like this. And this is an import keyword. Then we have here a destructuring to get our get usernames. But there is also another possibility. Let's create one more file and I want to name it constants. So constants.js, and inside I want to write export default secret string. So instead of export and const, I used here export default and provided a string. Now let's jump inside our main.js and import here our secret string from, and here will be our constants file. Now here after our usernames, I want to see our secret string. Let's reload the page. As you can see, this is our string, secret string. So what is the difference between this and this? As you can see on the right, inside our constants, we used export default. We can write here a string, a number, a function, an array, anything, but this is our default export, which means we can use it like this. So we are importing any name. We can write here foo, it will work. It will be just the secret string from and then our file. This is the default export. This is how we're importing it and we can use it. But with our export const, it is different because it allows us to have more than one default export. Here we can create lots of stuff. I can write here export const foo equals foo. And now here export const bar equals bar. Now here on the left, I can also add to our object foo and bar. And now here after our secret string, I can use foo and bar properties. Let's reload the page. As you can see, we're getting foo and bar, which actually means when we're using export const, we can get lots of different things from our file. If we're using export default, we're implementing only default thing. But essentially here we can also write export const, for example, buzz equals buzz. And then here after our secret string, we can put here comma and use the same brackets like we used previously. And in this case, it will be buzz. And now here, let's look if we can use buzz. So the syntax is exactly the same, but this will be our default import and this will be our imports from export const. As you can see here, buzz is also available for us. So this allows us to split all our code in different modules. Essentially, this is a module and we have some exports from this module to use in other places. Exactly the same is here with constants. This is a module. And our main.js is essentially some module that is importing different things. And now is the most interesting stuff. I am writing here bar, and as you can see, it is not defined. I am writing buzz, it is also not defined. And even if I am writing usernames inside our main.js, it is also not defined. Why it is like that? When we jump to Vite, it is working now a little bit differently. Yes, we still have JavaScript, but there is no global JavaScript anymore like we had previously in plain JavaScript file. And this is intentionally so. So Vite packs every single file inside module, and this file is completely isolated, just like a function. So all these properties that we are defining inside any file are inside module and they are not accessible globally. Which actually means we're on the safe side that we never get any properties here if we don't explicitly set them. And this is amazing because our code now is fully modular and is fully isolated until we export something to use somewhere else. There are two important things inside JavaScript which are called setTimeout and setInterval. Let's have a look. Typically inside our code we can simply write console log number 1. If we are writing console log number 2 and number 3, we obviously will see them one by one inside our console. Why does it happen? Because JavaScript is executing our code line by line. So first line, then second line and third line. But here we have one function which changes everything, and it is called setTimeout. What we are providing inside our setTimeout is a function. So essentially this is an anonymous function, so without a name, just like we're providing in map or filter. And then as a second parameter, we're writing here a delay. A delay is in milliseconds, and by default it is 0. So the first question, what will happen if we put here 0 and then put this console log 1 inside our set timeout? Let's reload the page. As you can see, we're getting 2, 3, and then 1. And you might think, okay, it is the last because we moved it to the bottom. But actually here now I will put set timeout with console log 1 at the beginning, then console log 2 and 3. As you can see, there is 0 changes. Console log number 1 is the latest. Why it happens? Because set timeout, even with 0, will be executed only after all your code here is executed, which actually means this line, and only then this code. Even with set timeout 0, it won't be executed immediately. So set timeout makes the difference. It really timeouts your code to the end, even with 0, but it will timeout it even more with increased delay. This is why here I want to provide in milliseconds 1 second, so it is 1000. Let's reload the page. As you can see, here is 2 and 3, and after 1 second, we're seeing 1. If here I put 3 seconds, then I'm reloading the page, we're waiting 3 seconds, and only then our console log 1 appears. And you might think, okay, when does it make sense to use set timeout? Why do we need it at all? Typically you don't, but if you need to do something with delay, like for example you are waiting for animation to be finished, or you must check some information after 2 or 3 seconds, it makes a lot of sense to use set timeout. Additionally, if you want to execute something later, only after all your code was done, it makes a lot of sense to use set timeout with 0, because it will do exactly that. So we're using set timeout to write some code with timeout. But there is another function that we're using, not that often as set timeout, but sometimes you really need that. And it is called set interval. And it is kind of similar because we also provide a callback inside. And now here I want to write console log set interval. Now here I will reload the page, and this is what you can see. Set interval is being called every single millisecond. This is why we see this huge number here. But what will happen if here I'm providing 1 second? Let's reload the page. And as you can see here, every single second this set interval is being called, which actually means our interval calls our code inside with interval. So it doesn't call it just once, but every single second, which actually means if you need to execute something with periods of time, it makes a lot of sense to use set interval. For example, if you want to console log current time every second and change it, it makes a lot of sense to use it. And additionally to that, it is important to remember that in order to simulate API calls, which typically takes a lot of time because we're requesting our information from different server, from the API, we're typically using set timeout for that. So we're just writing something like set timeout. Here is 2 seconds, and we're saying that this is our asynchronous code from the API. We're doing that when we need to simulate a long API call to the backend, but we don't want to set up the real fetching data from the API. And in the later sections, you will see how to use it exactly like this. So this will be the difficult section, so bear with me, because we're talking about asynchronous JavaScript. And you must remember that all your code in JavaScript is synchronous by default. So if we have here console log 1 and then console log 2, this code is synchronous. It is being executed line by line. But you already saw with usage of set timeout how code can be asynchronous and how it can be executed later. And in some cases, we need asynchronous code because our operation might take some time. And the typical use case of asynchronous code is calling an API. So API is our server, we're requesting some data from our API, and it takes time to get this data, which actually means our code can't be simply blocked because then our page won't be usable. This is why we're getting to asynchronous code, which will be executed later when we're getting the response from the API, for example. And before we jump with fetching data from the API, it makes a lot of sense to understand first how you can do asynchronous stuff inside JavaScript. And we must start from the history, because previously we didn't have a lot of stuff that we have now. And obviously it makes a lot of sense to use the newest stuff that we have inside JavaScript to write asynchronous code, but you should not be scared off if you see the older approaches in some older projects. This is why the first thing which was introduced is called callbacks. How does it look like? Let's say that we have a function getData, and what it does some long API call. So this is why here I will write long API call, which takes a lot of time. And after some time we are getting back data and we want to give this data back to the user. How can we do that? If we simply call here getData, we can't really do this. This long process won't really be finished. This function will simply be executed and will return some result, and this is it. And in order to simulate this long API call without doing real request, I will use here set timeout. You already know set timeout, and we can do it here with timeout of 2 seconds to simulate a long API call, which actually means here we can write console log I got data from API. So I'm reloading the page, we don't see anything for 2 seconds, and then we're getting a console log I got data from API. But just imagine that we have our code, here is our console log 1, then we're trying to get our data, and here is our console log 2. When I reload the page, you can see that console log 1 and 2 was executed, and then I got data was executed later, which essentially means we can't really get here some response of our data and use this here, because it won't work. This getData does not have any response at the moment of executing this function. Because this function is asynchronous, we can't really return anything. This is why obviously it will be undefined, and at the moment when we have data, we can't really use them. How can we do that? And the first approach that we had inside JavaScript is called callbacks. And what is callback? This is simply a function which will be called as a callback. So after some long operation is done. So for example, here we have our set timeout with console log. We can provide a callback, and it will be just our parameter, which is a function inside our getData. Now here we know, okay, in this line after set timeout, we got our data. So we can provide this data inside the callback. And let's say that we are providing here an array with some users with ID 1 and name Jack. So these are our data from the backend. So what it essentially does, it simply calls a callback and it throws inside data. Does getData function know what is a callback? Not really. It simply knows callback must be a function, so I can call it. This is it. So our getData doesn't have any clue what callback is. Now what we can do here, we're calling our getData and we're providing a callback inside. And our callback is simply a function. When you saw these functions inside map, realistically it is a callback. This is some function which will be executed. In our case here we know this is a function and we will get here some data back. And I can write console log in my project I got data from API. And I want to console log here this data. And obviously I want to remove here result, it does not exist anymore. Let's reload the page. As you can see here, we have console log 1, console log 2, then I got data from API, it was inside our function, and here is in my project, I got data from the API, and this is this data. What does it mean? We have some function which is asynchronous, and it delivers for us data after some time. We implemented inside callback in order to get this data asynchronously. And as you can see, this callback is simply a function where we're getting this data. How we're getting them here? We're providing them inside callback, and this callback is exactly this function. What can we do about that? For example, I can create here a users, which is undefined, and then after I got data, I can set this data inside my users. Which actually means now inside my application, I store this data inside users and I can do something like maybe render them on the screen. Can I use these users here in console log $2? No, not really, because we are coming to this code with 2 seconds delay. But what I can do, I can, for example, write console log, I render my users, and here is my array of users. We can use here, for example, users in order to render them on the screen with document create like we did previously. Let's reload the page. and here we're getting console log I render my users, which actually means callback is the oldest approach to implement asynchronous code. We already talked how to use callbacks inside JavaScript, but after some time we got a new feature which is called promises, and it also allows us to work with asynchronous code in an easier way. Let's have a look. So I will remove all this code, and we must change our getData, which is our asynchronous function, a little bit. So essentially inside our getData we don't put a callback anymore, but what we do, we return here a new promise, and we're getting here resolve and reject functions. So this is the whole construction. Our getData function returns a promise by calling return new promise, and inside we put an anonymous function with two arguments, resolve and reject. Now here we can put our set timeout inside. It is still our asynchronous code, and instead of callback here we want to call resolve. This is a function, and we can provide inside any data that we want, which essentially means instead of callback we are getting resolve. So we are saying, okay, our data is ready, you can work with them. This is what resolve is for. But if we are getting some error, we can use reject in exactly the same way. If your code here makes some error and you want to handle that, you can write reject and throw some error inside. So you just provide here an error. In our case here, we don't really need reject, so we can leave just with resolve because we're getting some data. Now the question is how we can use this code in order to get data. And in our application, we will use getData with round brackets, and it returns for us a promise. So just to make it clear, I can write promise equals getData. So what we can do now with promise is several functions, and we have here a function then, finally, and catch. And what we need in our case is then. It means that we are waiting for the successful callback. This is why inside we are providing a function and we are getting access to the data. And now we can console log something like I got data, and here is my data. Let's reload the page. As you can see, nothing inside console. After 2 seconds, we are getting console log I got data, and here is our array with user. As you can see, the difference between promises and callbacks is there, but the ideas is the same. We have resolve function, which is kind of callback, and it is being called on success. The main difference is we don't really provide a callback inside our getData. Instead, we have this then construction, and then means success for us. And here inside then we are getting some data when our promise is successful. So we're using everywhere such construction. But what we're using to catch an error, and we're getting an error with our reject, which we didn't use here. We can write here catch, and we're getting some data inside our catch, and we can console log here I have an error. And then here we will have access to some data, which is typically an error, which actually means we have this construction with promise then and catch, and then is successful. Catch means we got an error. And there is also other thing, finally. We rarely use it, but actually it is being called in both cases. So here we can write finally it's done. Let's reload the page. As you can see, after 2 seconds we don't only get I got data, but also finally it is done, which actually means you get this part in both cases, and sometimes it makes sense when you have the same code for both approaches. So at the beginning we had just callbacks, then we had promises. But promises were not optimal because it was not really easy to chain them. All your code was nested with then and catch, and it was difficult to support. This is why we got something better, which actually leverages promises, but do it on the new level. And this feature is being called Async await. So instead of all this code with promise, then catch, and finally, we can write something different. But essentially the main point is that we're still using promises because they are good and comfortable to work with, which actually means our getData function is still working like previously. It returns a promise, but instead of all this code we can write here await getData. And in this single line we will get some data back. So let's create a property response where we're assigning our getData. And now I want to console log this response. As you can see in browser, after 2 seconds we're getting our array, and as you can see we don't really need to write promise then console log to get data. We simply write a line like a normal synchronous line. But realistically this line is asynchronous because it calls our asynchronous code. Let's have a look on another example. I want to comment out this getData and write it differently. So here let's create a getData function, but we will use here an async keyword before our brackets, which essentially makes our function asynchronous, and we can write inside asynchronous code. So I can return here some data, but if I just try to call this function inside console log like getData, you can see inside browser that we are getting promise fulfilled and inside an array, which actually means this function is also returning for us a promise. Yes, we didn't write inside new promise, but because this function is asynchronous, it returns for us a promise, which actually means in order to resolve our promise, we must use await to get our data like this, and then here we're getting our response. Let's have a look in browser. Here we're getting our array, which essentially means we either use new promise like this inside function to create a promise, or we can create an asynchronous function with a async keyword and return any data. Here we can have an API call or any other asynchronous operation. It will return a promise, and then we must use it with await. This is essentially the easiest way to write code because our asynchronous code looks like synchronous. And now I want to show you how difficult it was to make a promise after promise previously and how easy it is now. Let's say that we have two functions, getCurrentUser, which must return for us an object with ID 1, and I will do this function asynchronous just so it returns a promise. Now here what I can do, I can create getCurrentUserDetails, and we must provide inside ID, which actually means we can't really get our current user details without getting current user first. And I want to return here name foo. And this is exactly the problem that we have a lot previously with promises. We have two functions and they're dependent on one another. With promises, you must write something like this. You're writing getCurrentUser, you have here then, and you are getting our current user back. And now inside this then, you want to call getCurrentUserDetails, and you must provide inside currentUser.id, and this also is a promise, so you are writing here then, you are getting a details, and then inside you can write console log details. This code is extremely verbose and difficult to support because we have here nesting and we can't really come out of this, and all this code is asynchronous. Now let's rewrite the whole code by using async await. We can simply create here a function getFullUser if we need to, and we can say that this is our asynchronous function that we want to use. Now inside, first of all, we want to get our current user. In order to get our current user, we are just writing await getCurrentUser, and this is just a single line. After this, we can simply return, and we need details here, so it will be await getCurrentUserDetails, and we're throwing inside currentUser.id. Which essentially means now here we can get our details by calling await getFullUser, and we can console log here our details. Let's have a look in browser. We're getting our name foo. And as you can see here, obviously this code is much easier to read. So we have here just single await, then one more await, and we're returning here data. And this code is asynchronous, but it looks synchronous, and it kind of goes line by line. We can write here 10 awaits and it will be easy to read. If we will write 10 awaits with then inside promises, it will be impossible to support. This is why await is really awesome. Additionally to that, you must know how to catch errors inside await, and in order to do that, we are using try-catch construction. So let's simulate here that this function throw for us an error. We can write here throw new error, and it will be something bad happened. Now when I reload the page, as you can see in browser, we are getting uncaught error something bad happened. What it means? We have an uncaught error. It means that we didn't catch this error. Essentially, it means that we have an asynchronous function and we're calling inside an asynchronous code, and if this code fails, we don't catch an error. In order to do that, we can wrap our code with try and catch. So I will put our code inside try, and here is our catch. We're catching some error. And what we want to do is just console log here, some error happened. Let's check it again. I'm reloading the page and we're getting some error happened, and obviously we return undefined, but we don't have uncaught errors because we covered that with try catch, which essentially means you really need to wrap your code with try catch in order to be on the safe side. In other case, you might get an uncaught error. And here you for sure want to ask, okay, what should I use? Callbacks, promises, async await. And I highly recommend you to use async await in all cases because it is the simplest code and it is the newest one. You already learned a lot about asynchronous code inside JavaScript. Now it is time to work with API to get data from it, because essentially this is the most popular way how we're writing asynchronous code inside JavaScript. So we have some server somewhere in another place and we want to get some data from it. And typically we are doing it from the API which the server provides. The question is how we can do that. And in order to test this, first of all, I want to set up a JSON server. As you can see here on the GitHub, I opened the link JSON server. And what is this? This is a possibility in a matter of seconds to set up an API for testing. As you can see here, we can create a file db.json inside our folder and just throw some data inside. After this, we can start JSON server and it will respond with this data that we wrote inside our file. Most importantly, it doesn't really matter that this file is locally. We will work with this data like with a normal database. And we don't really need to install anything. Here is the command that we want to use. It is npx JSON server db.json. But we don't have db.json, this is why we must jump inside our project, and in root I want to create db.json file, and as you can see this is just an object with some posts. I will copy it from here and just paste and remove profile and comments. I just want to stick with 2 posts. So we have our db.json, now we can serve it. As you can see here, there is a command npx JSON server db.json. And if you already installed Node, you are getting not just npm but also npx. So I can jump inside console and write npx JSON server db.json. But it is not all, I also want to specify here port. This is why I will write -- port 3004. I'm hitting here enter, and as you can see we're getting a message that db.json was loaded and our resource is available for us on localhost 3004/posts. And this is exactly posts that we just created. As you can see in browser, when I open localhost 3004/posts, I am getting such response. This is exactly an API that we want to get now on the client. This is why what I want to do, I want to open back our project, and here inside main.js we want to fetch this data. How can we do that? So what I want to create here is a function load posts, and I want to create it as an asynchronous function. Now inside I want to use such thing which is called fetch. So I can write here await fetch, and as you can see fetch is already there, we don't need to install any libraries, and inside we must provide this URL http localhost 3004/posts that we want to get. So let's create here a variable response and just console log here our response. This is why what I want to do, I want to just call a function load posts and reload the page. As you can see here, this is what happens. First of all, we can click here on the network tab, and this is all stuff that we loaded on our page. But most importantly, you can see here the posts. I can click on posts and on headers, and you can see that this is exactly our URL that we requested. It is http localhost 3004/posts, and here when I'm clicking on preview, you can see that back we got an array with 2 objects, which essentially means we successfully made an API call to our API, and this is our response. Inside response, we're getting OK, true, status 200, it means that everything is fine, and here we have a body. As you can see, we don't really see our data, we see a readable stream, which actually means we must do something additionally in order to get our data. What I want to do here, I want to write const JSON, await, and here will be response.json. It is important to call .json with await in order to get a JSON back. And after this, we can write console log JSON, which will give us full access to our data that we fetched. As you can see here exactly, we got two items, which is an array with ID and title. And this is exactly how we're fetching data from our API. We can use not only fetch, but other things, but fetch is out of the box inside browser, and this is a really easy way to get data from the API. And again, as you saw here, we leveraged async and await to write our asynchronous code as synchronous line by line, and it allows us here to just return our JSON. So I can remove a console log and write return JSON. And now here our load post will get us some result, which we can use later. So here simply result. But as you can see, when I'm reloading the page, we're getting promise pending, because in order to resolve asynchronous function, we need to write an await here. I'm reloading the page, and here are our data, which we successfully stored inside result. This is exactly how we're working with our API. Now the question is, what can we do if we need something different? For example, we want to create a record in our API. Let's comment out this code and try to add a record. And in order to do that, I want to create a function create post, and it will be an asynchronous function. And here will be also our response, and we will have an await with fetch, and we want to use exactly the same URL for post. But here we somehow must tell that we want to do a post request to create data and not a get request, because by default we are getting data from the backend. And in order to do that, we can provide an object as a second parameter, and inside we can write method. And inside this method we are providing post. This is exactly what changes our request. And additionally to that, we want to provide body, but we must provide it in a correct format. And we want to use here JSON stringify, and inside we are throwing exactly what we want to create. Just to remind you, inside our db.json we had ID and title. This is why in order to create a record, we can just throw inside a title. So here must be an object with title, for example, hello.js. And now here is important stuff. As you can see, for body, instead of just providing the object with title hello, we've wrapped it with JSON stringify. Why are we doing it like that? Because for the fetch, we must stringify our body in order to provide it to the backend. Fetch does not stringify our body on its own. And after this, what we can do is exactly the same code. So here is const.json to await for our response, and here we can see our response. What I want to do now, I want to assign this createPost function inside window property so we can use it inside console. So window.createPost equals createPost. Now I can reload the page, and here we have createPost function, and it is available here because we used here window keyword. It makes it global by putting it inside window inside our browser. Just to remind you, all functions are not global because we're using Vite and it leverages module, which actually means here I can put round brackets and hit enter, and as you can see, we got back a promise. But most importantly, here inside network, we can check if our request was there or not. And we can see here our post request on localhost 3004/post. This is a post, and here is our payload. This is what we sent. It's a title, hello.js, and here is our response. The response is just an ID of the record that we created. But if we open our db.json, you can see how our file was changed. Here inside posts, we got new record. It is an object with ID, but no title here. But as you can see, this ID was generated correctly, and this is a unique ID which was generated by this JSON server. But it is not what we really want. This is why I will remove this record. So what is the problem here? The problem is that we also must provide correct headers to tell that we are sending a JSON for our API. This is why here is a headers field, and we must provide here content type, and it must be application JSON. Only in this case, our server knows, okay, this is a JSON with this body, and we must parse it correctly. Let's try again. I will execute createPost here and check inside db.json. And as you can see here, we successfully created a record with title hello.js and an ID, which actually means this is the construction how we can create a record inside our code. So we're using here fetch, As a second parameter, we're providing some options. In our case, it's a method, body, which must be stringified, and headers, which must be application JSON. You already learned how to work with API inside JavaScript. Here is a practical task for you. You must create an input and a button in the HTML. You must add JavaScript which creates new post through API with the name from the input when we click on the button. And you should not send a request if the input is empty. Just pause the video right now and try to do it yourself. I hope that you implemented this task yourself because you already know everything to solve it. Let's recheck this now. First of all, we must jump inside our index.html, and here we have our body. What I want to do is just create an input, so let's make input type text with some class that we can use. Let's name it post input. After this, we must create a button, and here we can write add post, and we also need some class here. So let's write post button. Our code is ready. Let's jump inside our main chest. So we don't have anything. First of all, we must find these two elements. So let's first find our post input. And in order to do that, we're using document query selector, and we're finding our class post input that we just created. Now I can copy paste this code and it will be post button. So we can make our post request when we're clicking on the button. As you can see in browser, we have an input and add post. So the idea is we're typing something here, we're clicking add post, and this post must be created inside our database. So we must make an API call. How can we do that? First of all, we must bind on post button event listener, and it will be a click event. Now inside our callback, what we want to do, we want to read the value of our post input. So here will be post input dot value. Let's have a look. I'm reloading the page, I'm typing something, and I'm hitting add post. As you can see inside console, we can read the value. But there was a line in the task that we should not do anything if our input is empty, which actually means we must check that if our post input value equals an empty string, then we don't do anything. So we can simply write here return, and then the code afterwards won't be executed. Let's have a look. I'm reloading the page. I'm clicking at post and we don't see any console log because this field is empty. So now here we can make our API call in order to create a post. So what we want to do here is to use await and then fetch, and we are providing inside HTTP localhost 3004/posts. And here as a second parameter we must provide our options, because to create a post we must send a post request. This is why here method will be post, and also we must provide our body, and our body will have a title. We must use here JSON stringify to stringify our object, and inside object we're providing our title, which will be post input dot value. So this will send the data, but we also must provide headers like we already did. And we must add here our content type, where the value will be application JSON. Our request is ready. As you can see, we did not return anything at all because we don't really need to. But what I want to do after, I want to clear our input. This is why here post input dot value equals an empty string. Let's check if it's working. As you can see here, we are getting unexpected reserved word. It happens because we used here await, but our function is not async. This is why here we must put a word async, and now our function is asynchronous. We're reloading the page, there is no error. Let's type here added post functionality. I'm hitting here add post, and as you can see, our input disappeared. Now the question is what happened inside our network. We can see here that we made a request. This is the post request on /post, and here is our payload. So we have a title, added post functionality, and this is our response. So this data was created inside our database. We can jump here inside db.json and find this record inside our file with the database. So it was really a good example to see how you can mix working with DOM with working with API. And this is how we typically do stuff in the real project. It is important to remember that no code inside JavaScript is being stored between page reloads. which actually means every single time when we reload the page, all our code is being deleted and it is executed again. So if we're creating here a variable like a, and we console log here our a, and we reload the page, as you can see here, we're getting a every single time. But the main point is that all our variables are completely removed, and after this browser parses our JavaScript line by line and executes again. It is important to remember there is no way to store your JavaScript between pages reload. But we have one way to store some data between pages reload, so we can reuse it again. And one of the most popular storages for this is called local storage, which we can use without any additional libraries. And as you can see here inside our browser, we have a tab which is called Application, and here we have on the left the storage, local storage. As you can see here, I have just a single URL because this is my current URL, and on the right we have keys and values, which actually means here I can create a key foo and the value will be bar. What does it mean? We created the key of local storage. Now I am reloading the page, and as you can see, this key stays there because it is now written inside the browser, and we can reuse this key every single time when we reload the page. But typically we don't set this value here, we're setting it with local storage. How we can do that? We can write here local storage dot set item, and we must provide the key and the value. Let's say that the key here will be name and the value will be Jack. I'm reloading the page, and as you can see here inside local storage, we're getting key name and value Jack, which actually means we can write something like this. We can try to read our value from the local storage, like we're reading our user with local storage dot get item. And here we're providing just a key name, which we saved. I will comment out this code and just console log our user. I'm reloading the page, and as you can see, we're getting inside console our Jack every single time when we reload the page. We don't really store something inside our code. We didn't create this variable every single time. We're reading it from local storage. But now let's try to remove this key from the local storage. I will click on application, remove this key, and reload the page again. As you can see here, we got null because nothing is stored inside local storage. We're getting null. So what we can write here, we are trying to get a user from local storage, and if it is not there, so if our user equals null, then we want to create it inside local storage. So I will put this local storage set item inside, which actually means after this we're 100% sure that we have a user. So inside my console log, I can write local storage dot get item name, reload the page, and as you can see, we're always getting Jack. Even if we open application and remove our name and reload the page, we still get Jack, and this Jack is already filled inside local storage, which actually means by using set item and get item, you can save some data between page reloads. And you might think, okay, when does it make sense to save some data? Let's say that you have some settings for your page inside JavaScript and user already did that. Obviously, user don't want to lose the settings when he reloads the page. This is exactly the usage of local storage. Or you have a game and you need to save progress inside JavaScript. This is exactly what you can do, and then after page reload, your game is not being started from the beginning, but from that specific page, because you can reuse data from local storage. One more feature inside JavaScript that you need to know is called Destructuring. Let's have a look. Just imagine that we have a user object with fields like name, Jack, and age. And typically we can use it like console log user.name or user.age. We already did that, this is totally fine. But what we can do, we can create two different properties which are based on our user. For example, we could write here const name equals user.name and const age equals user.age. Now instead of this code inside console log, we can write just name and age. Does this code make sense? For me, not really, because we have a user object and we're accessing properties inside it, and all these properties are grouped inside the object. This is why I would be totally fine to just write username or user age. But sometimes you might want to read these properties like this, Let's check in browser. As you can see here, I got an error cannot access age before initialization. It happens because here obviously we must provide a value, for example 30. Now let's reload the page and we're getting Jack 30, which actually means obviously we can create new properties like name and age, which are based on our object. But we can write this code differently and get exactly the same stuff. So I will comment out these lines with 2 slashes, and now I can write here const name, age equals user. And this feature is called destructuring. What it does, it destructures things on the left inside brackets from the user on the right, which actually means here we're creating 2 local properties, name and age, and inside we assign exactly the values of name and age. As you can see in browser, everything is working just like previously, and you could write your code either like this or like this. But as I already said, you should not use destructuring a lot, but sometimes it is really handy. Just imagine that you have a function get full name where you are providing a user as a parameter. Now inside here we can write return user.name plus user.surname, and we want in between a space. We already did that. But what you might want to do, you can destructure here a user as an argument. So here you just put brackets and write here name and surname. So we're reading this from the object that we provided. And now here we can directly use our name and surname without using your user. Now we can call here console log and provide inside get full name, which is an object with name, for example Jack, and our surname will be Sparrow. So we're providing inside an object with name and surname. As you can see in browser, we got Jack Sparrow, which essentially means here we have 2 possibilities. Either we get an object as a first parameter, or we destructure this object and read some properties from it. And sometimes it really makes sense because here we might also have age, maybe 30. As you can see, our code is still working, but we didn't destructure here age because we don't need it at all. We just use name and surname. Also, we have a problem when we have lots of different parameters for our function. And if you are writing here that you are providing inside name and then surname and then age and then is active, it is difficult to support because all these parameters are separated and it is difficult to support that. Why it is difficult? Because here you have a strict order and you don't really see what you provide in the name. Because essentially you might write here that you have parameters name, surname, age and is active. And now we must provide them. So isActive will be true, age will be 30, surname will be Sparrow, and our name will be Jack. The main problem with such approach is we have no idea what we are providing inside. I provided here 30. What is this? If we don't see our function, then we don't really know what does it mean 30. What is our true? We don't know. But let's change this code to the object, and here we can write that we have a name Jack, then our surname Sparrow, we have also an age 30, and is the active property, which will be true. And now we're closing here our object, which essentially means we're not providing here different parameters, we're providing here inside an object. And as you can see here, instead of all this stuff, we're getting a user, for example. This is totally fine, but you might not want to read all these properties from the user. You can just destructure them, which actually means we can destructure here all our parameters, and we just get them by destructuring from the first argument. And now here we can, for example, concatenate our name plus surname, then here will be space plus age, and then plus is active. And as you can see in browser, we're getting Jack Sparrow 30 and true, which essentially means the structuring might be handy, but realistically I recommend to use it only in the case when you need to provide lots of different parameters to your function and they are not really related to just a single entity like a user. If it is all just about a user, then it makes sense to just use a user here. But if you are providing different parameters in your function, it makes a lot of sense to use destructuring. This section is for sure one of the most important inside this video. And here we must talk about value assignments versus reference assignments. Let's have a look. First of all, let's create here a property, name, where I will just assign Jack. Now here let's create another property, name2, where I want to assign name inside. And now I want to console log our name and name too. All people who just start working with JavaScript will typically think that the result here will be the same. Why is that? Because we create our name, we assign there our value, then we create name2 and we assign their name. And they think that inside name2 it will be Jack. Let's have a look. I'm reloading the page and we're getting Jack, which actually means it is totally fine. But how about that? We can create here a user, which is an object with field name inside. And here we will write Jack. Now here I want to create a user too, and I want to assign inside our user. And now I want to change our name inside user too. So user.name equals John. And now let's have a look what we have inside our user and user too. Essentially, this code is similar to the previous one, but there we had name as a string and name2 as a string. Here we have user, where inside we have an object. Now we're assigning this user inside, and then we're overriding the name. And realistically, all people would think that inside user2 now we assigned name Jack, and then we updated the name inside our user2. Let's have a look. I'm reloading the page and we're getting name John, name John. This is really confusing. Why does it happen? Essentially here our user and user2 are objects. And what this line does, it does not copy the value of our user inside user2, it simply references the same objects, which actually means simple data types like string, boolean or number are working differently than arrays of objects. When we reassign the value of string, boolean or object, we don't have any problems because we are reassigning the exact value. With objects and arrays it is different. When we are writing an assignment, essentially this code doesn't mean that we are assigning here value name Jack. It means that here we have an object and it references some point in our memory inside JavaScript, and here is user2 which references the same point inside JavaScript. This is why when you are changing the name, it changes the object with this reference. So it just changes the name in our memory, and now both user and user2, which are referencing the same object, will see the change of the name. This is why you can't write your code like this, because you will change both objects. And this is an extremely tricky part, because your code might be working in a completely different way than you expect. For example, let's say that we have here an object basic config. And inside I will just have a URL, for example http google.com. Now here we want to create a function getExtendedConfig, where inside we must provide a config and we want to update it. Let's say that we want to add a host property inside this config. How can we do that? Typically you would write here config.host, and now let's say that we want to add inside this function some new properties, for example a port. And typically people would write code like this, so config.port equals 3000, and after this we want to return this config. Now here inside our application we want to create an extended config by calling a function getExtendedConfig, and we're providing our basic config inside. Now let's have a look on our extended config and on basic config. I'm reloading the page, and as you can see these objects are exactly the same. And this is exactly the problem on which we looked previously. But it is even more confusing because it might happen that you are writing this function in one part of your application and then you are using it like this in another part. So you simply throw inside basic config and you are getting extended config back. And what it does, it not just returns for you a new config, it really changes your basic config, which you don't expect at all. And then your code is broken and it is really difficult to find such issue, because essentially you just mutated, so changed, the reference to the object inside memory, which essentially means this line updates the reference to the object, and this config is exactly this basic config that we provided inside, which essentially means basic config references this object inside memory. Then here inside getExtendedConfig, we just took this basic config, we overrode it, and we returned it, which actually means extended config also references the same object inside memory. Now your question is for sure, okay, this is not really stable, how we can write JavaScript in order to make our code stable? And here we must think about mutable and immutable constructions. What does it mean? When we're using things like this, for example, config.port, it is actually mutating the object. What does it mean? We're updating existing data. Immutable means that you never update existing data. In this case, you are always on the safe side because you never change your code or your variables which already exist. How can we do this in our case? What I want to return here is a new object where inside we will put two properties, URL, which is config.url, and also port, which is 3000. Now here we can remove this line and we won't have the problem. As you can see here, we have URL and port, and in our basic config just URL. Why we don't have a problem? Because here we created a new object, so we wrote immutable code. Because this code does not mutate existing object, it simply returns new data. This is totally fine, but at this moment you for sure think, okay, but we don't really know what properties can be inside config. We might have there like 10 different properties, and we don't really want to rewrite here these 10 properties. It doesn't make any sense. And you're totally right, this is why the extremely helpful operator inside JavaScript is called spread. So instead of this part, we can write here 3 dots and then our config. And what it does, it spreads all properties of our basic config inside our new object, and then at the end we add our port. Let's have a look how it works. As you can see, there are 0 differences. But here now we can write that we have a key foo, which equals foo, and key bar equals bar. Now we're reloading the page, and as you can see, everything is still working, but now we don't really need to provide inside all these properties. We can simply spread the whole config inside this new object and add our port. And this code is immutable and it is good, it will never break, and you will never change some reference which already exists. And now here you for sure want to ask, okay, but which methods inside JavaScript are dangerous, where we're mutating some code, and which methods are immutable, where we don't mutate some code? And realistically, if you Google some function, for example, array push, and here I open a documentation and just check what it does, the push method adds the specified elements to the end of the array and returns the new length of the array. As you can see here, we don't have any information that it returns for us a new array. If there is no information about this, it means that it mutates the array, so it changes it, which actually means array push function is not safe. We can easily test that. We can create here users array, where inside we will have Jack, and now here we can create users2, and we assign here users. And now we can write here users2.push, for example, John. Now here let's console log our users and users2 to check what is inside. As you can see here, they both were changed because array push mutates existing array and it doesn't return new data, which actually means array push is not really safe. Does it really mean that you can never use it? Obviously no, but you must always remember that it might lead to problems. This is why I highly recommend you, instead of this code, to use spread. This is why here we can write new array and we want to spread inside users, and then here we want to add our John user. First of all, here we're writing less code, but secondly, as you can see, we don't have a problem. We have here an array with Jack and an array with Jack and John. Why it happens? Because here we created a new array and we spreaded all our users that we had inside our new array, and then at the end we added John. And from the functions that you already know from this video, we worked with map and filter functions, and just for you to know, they are both immutable, which means they are returning new data and they never mutate all data, which means map and filter are extremely safe to use in any situation. Now it is time to do some real JavaScript projects, so you get some grasp about what we are doing at all, and not simply solve some JavaScript functions inside console. So what we want to build here is a weather application which must communicate to an API, get weather about specific location and show it on the screen. And this is how it will look like. And for this video, we will use a service which is called openweathermap.org, and here it is possible to use an API for free on the basic tier. Obviously, you can see here on the top pricing, but we won't really do any payments, and you don't need to use inside a credit card or something like that. So in order to follow along, you must create here an account. As you can see, I'm logged in, and here you must click on My API Keys. Either here by default you are getting a key which you can copy, this is just a string, or you can click here Generate and it will create for you a key. But most important part is it takes some time for the key to activate. For me it was like 1 or 2 hours of waiting before using an API. Now let's look on our application. And here I already prepared for us a markup which is a plain HTML. I don't have any JavaScript here. As you can see, we have a weather block, then location search. This is what you can see here on the top with placeholder city country. And after this you have a weather info block which is hidden. We can remove this hidden just to test this out, and then it looks like this. Essentially the idea is that inside we will provide some information and only then show this block. Additionally, here inside my public directory, I have lots of images, and all these images are coming from this project OpenWeatherMap, and you can download the source code in the description box below, so all these images are also there. Additionally to that, inside my source, weather CSS, I created some styling which we need for our project, and you can also take them in the description box below. With that being said, we can fully be focused on writing our JavaScript. And as you can see here inside our root, I created a new file weather.js and it is completely empty. What I want to do here inside our main.js, I want to import our file weather.js. And this line is enough to just import all JavaScript from our weather, so we can write all our logic inside weather. Let's jump there and just write console log weather. As you can see inside console, we're getting console log weather, which means this is totally fine to write all our code here. Our next step is to plan what do we need to do at all. First of all, we have here our form and we're typing something here and we're hitting enter and we must submit our form. After submission, we want to make an API call to the backend to render some information on the screen about this specific request. But the main problem with our API is that you can do only 1000 requests per day. And essentially it doesn't really make sense to spend these requests while developing an application. This is why what I prepared here for us inside root is a file weatherdata.js, where inside, as you can see, I have export default object, which is just an object with data. This is exactly the format how we will get the response from this backend API, and this is just an example, so we can render some information even without our request first to check that everything is working fine. And again, you can take this file from the source code below. The next question that we have, do we want to write just functions or do we want to write classes? And on this application, I want to show you how to use classes in order to write all our functions and our data in a single place. And it makes a lot of sense because we need somewhere to store all our data and render them on the screen. This is why what I want to do here is to create a class weather, and after this I want just to call new weather. And essentially I told you that we're using class to create same data. Like for example, we create a user class and we're creating a lot of users for different places of our application. This is totally right, but you can use it differently. In this case here we're using our weather just like some module which does some stuff, and we simply throw inside some variables and some methods so we can use them for our weather application. So first of all, what I want to do is create a constructor. And inside our constructor, we can find all our DOM nodes, which are already there, and we can check what we have here in our inspector. For example, we have our weather block, then location search and location search input. We can already use these classes to store references inside our class, so we can access them in every single method. So here we can create location search. Just to remind you, we're writing all our properties inside this. This is our instance. And here we can use document query selector, and we're getting here a class location search. Now we can do exactly the same for location search input. This is our input of the form, and we will use here location search input. After this, inside our constructor, I want to create a new function, add listeners. And the main idea of this function is that we're attaching some listeners to DOM elements that we already found. This is why here let's create a method add listeners, and inside we need a listener on our form. And just to remind you, location search is exactly our form. Let's check this. This is our form with class location search. So here we can attach an event to our location search by using add event listener, and we know that this is a submit to our form, and here we are getting access to our event. Now inside, first of all, we want to write event.prevent default, so there is no default behavior. After this, we can console log our value in the input, and here I want to check what is inside this dot location search input. This is our DOM node dot value. Let's have a look. I'm reloading the page, and here I'm typing something and I'm hitting enter. We got our value of the input inside our submit. But here is the problem. We obviously can submit our form with an empty string, but it doesn't make any sense to submit an empty string to our API. We must simply block this. This is why here let's check that our value is there. So if this location search input dot value equals empty string, then we don't need to do anything. This is why here I will simply return. Let's have a look. I'm reloading the page, I'm just hitting enter, and nothing happens because this if prevents us from coming to this console log. But if I type something here, then we can make an API call. Now it's a good time to render all our information of the request on the screen, because as I already said, we have this information inside weather-data.js, which actually means here on the top we can import our weather data, just a property, from our file weather data, which actually means weather data is an object. Obviously, we won't use it like this later, but just so we can use it in the whole application, it makes a lot of sense to render all our fields and check that everything is working. So essentially what we want to do after our submission is to render the information about our request, because we typed, for example, a city and a country, maybe Hamburg, Germany, and then we want to render it. This is why here let's call a function this render weather information or info. And after this we must create a function render weather info, which will render all our properties from this weather data. And obviously later here we will make an API call first. Now let's check what do we have at all. As you can see, here is our form, and after the form we can see our block which is hidden. And here we can see weather block info, then info image, temperature, name, details, and inside we are getting fields like, then humidity and wind speed. Realistically, we need first to find all these DOM nodes so we can update them. This is why here let's jump back to our constructor and access all these properties. So first of all, it will be weather info block. And here we can use document query selector, and we're providing inside a class weather info block. Now let's copy this lots of times and just update. So here will be weather info image, which is a weather info image. After this we have a DOM node weather info temperature, which is weather info temperature. Then we have a name of the city, and it will be weather info name. And after this we have a DOM node fields like, which is just fields like class. Then we have humidity, which is a class humidity, and the last one here is wind speed, which is a class wind speed. With that we found all our elements inside our DOM, and now we can work with them inside our render weather info. So first we must remove a class hidden from our DOM node. This is why this weather info block, and we can access all our classes with usage of class list dot remove. And inside we are providing a class that we want to remove. In our case it's hidden. Let's check. I will type something, hit enter, and as you can see now this block is not hidden. Now we want to provide an icon inside, and actually here let's check what we have inside weather data. And as you can see here inside our object we have a field weather, which is an array, and inside we have this object, where it is written the ID, main is clouds, and here is the icon. And this is exactly the icon which is lying inside our public, and we can read it, which actually means we want to update a source attribute of our image. So here we have our image with class weather_info_image, and we need to provide a correct source for it. So here will be this weather_info_image dot set attribute, and we want to set a source attribute, and the value will be weather data dot weather 0, because we have just a single element inside our array dot icon. But this is not enough, because just to remind you, our icon here is 0 for n. It does not contain the extension png, which actually means we must concatenate it by using the string and providing inside this information like a URL. So it will be /public/ here will be our variable weather data weather 0 icon, and after this we will write .png. So essentially this we simply read from the object, and this is our full string that we are providing inside source. Let's have a look. I am typing something inside city, and as you can see the image is there. We can inspect it, and this is exactly the source that we provided inside. Now we must also provide a name. Just to remind you, inside weather data, directly inside our object in the root, we have name, and this is the name of the city. So let's write here this weather info name, and we want to update the text inside. This is why text content equals weather data dot name. Let's check this out. I'm typing something here, and we're getting not just an image but also Hamburg. Now here let's do exactly the same for humidity and wind speed. I will copy this line and change it to humidity, and it is also text content, and here on the right we can use weather data dot main dot humidity. And as you can see here on the right, inside main we have humidity, and also inside wind we have a speed, which actually means after humidity we can do exactly the same with our wind speed, and here we can write weather data dot wind dot speed, and we also use text content here. Let's reload the page and type something inside our city and check. And as you can see here, the humidity was rendered and wind speed was also rendered. Now we just need to tune feels like and the temperature. But the main problem with our object is that all our data is not inside Celsius. You can see here the temperature, and we must convert this temperature to Celsius. Here is how we can do that. We can create here a variable Celsius temperature, and we can use here math floor, and just to remind you, it rounds to the lower number. So inside we can provide our weather data dot main dot temperature minus 273, and it will return for us a Celsius temperature that we can render inside. This is why here let's access our weather info temperature dot text content, and we want to use here our Celsius temperature. But additionally here we want to use our Celsius symbol. This is why I want to concatenate our string. Here I will write Celsius temperature, then space, and the symbol of Celsius. And the last thing that we want to render is the feels like temperature, exactly with the same calculation. This is why I will copy paste this line and update it to Celsius feels like temperature, where we will use main dot feels like temperature. But as you can see on the screen, the Celsius here is already rendered, so we don't need to concatenate our string. We simply need a number here. This is why let's write inside this feels like text content a string Celsius feels like temperature. Let's have a look. I'm reloading the page, typing something, and here is all information that we need. It feels like 7 degrees, humidity 84, and here is our wind speed. So this is exactly the information that we will render when we get it from the API, which actually means we prepared our input and our render function. Now we simply need to write our API call. I'm sorry for interruption, but I just want to let you know that I have lots of advanced courses on different web technologies where we create real applications and prepare for the interviews. You can find the link in the description box below. Now let's jump back into the video. And here is the request that we will use. It is API openstreetmap.org data 2.4 weather ? And then we have query, so Q, Hamburg, Germany. This is exactly the value from our input. Then we have add app ID, and here is the key. So this key is extremely important because this is your key from your user profile. So you need to jump here, take this key, and then make the request. You can't make a request without this key. And here, as you can see, the response is exactly the same, like an example that I stored. So we must do the URL request to this API and then use the response inside our application. And the first thing that I want to do is prepare this URL, because as you can see here, we must concatenate our query with app ID. So let's create here a getURL function. And inside, first of all, I want to write an API key, which is a string. After this, I want to return here this string. What does it mean? Here we have a string concatenation to API openweathermap.org data. And here is our query. And as you can see, query is a variable location. And after this, app ID is API key that I wrote here. But we don't really provide here location, and I want to do it as a parameter to our function getURL, which actually means this function will prepare for us a URL that we can request. Now I want to create a function which will request our data. So let's create here an asynchronous function getWeatherInfo. Why it is an asynchronous function? Because this is an API call and it is asynchronous. And here inside we must throw a location, this is just a string, and I want to wrap the whole code with try catch. Why that? Because our async call can fail. This is why inside catch we are getting an error, and we can write here console.error, and here we can write cannot fetch a location. And actually previously we never used console error, just console log, but actually console error will be really an error inside our console and we will see it. Now inside our try, first of all, I want to get a URL. And we can get a URL by calling this .getURL. This is a function that we just created, and we must provide our location inside. After this, we can do our API call. So let's get here our response by calling await, fetch, and inside we're providing URL. Just to remind you, we already used fetch in order to get some data from the API, and here is URL that we want to get. And after this, I want to return with await response.json, because it is also an asynchronous operation, which actually means this function is completely isolated. We're throwing inside a location and it returns for us from the API the response just like the data that we worked with previously. So the last step here is to use this function. I want to jump here back in our add listeners, because here we directly rendered weather info. This is not correct. What we want to do here, we want first of all to get info and store it inside a property. This is why inside this, let's create a weather info property, and we want to call here our await with this get weather info function. And our location here will be this location search input dot value from our form. This is exactly what we console logged here previously. So this single line will fetch for us from the API weather information and store inside this function. And now it is totally fine to call here render weather info without any arguments. But the main problem is that here we stored weather info inside this, but inside our render weather info, we used weather data from our mock object. We don't need that anymore. I want to remove here on the top, import weather data, which is our mock object. And secondly, we need to change all this weather data to our this.weather info that we just created. So I'm updating it in every single line here, so it's not weather data anymore, but this weather info. So looks like we are done. Let's check again. So what we're doing here, we're fetching our weather info, we're rendering it, and after this we want to clear our location search input so we can assign the value to the empty string. Now let's have a look if our application is working. I'm reloading the page. Let's open the console here. And we're getting an error unexpected reserved word. And we're getting this error because we used an await, but this function is not asynchronous. As we're writing inside our callback this function, await, we must create this function as asynchronous. This is why here I just put async and we can use await inside. Let's reload the page. We don't have any errors. Now here I want to jump to network and clear it. And now let's write here Hamburg, then Germany, and hit enter. And as you can see here, we are getting current temperature inside Hamburg by our API call. So here inside network, you can see we had a request. The URL here is API OpenStreetMap with query Hamburg, Germany, and here is my app ID. And this is the response that I got back, and we rendered exactly this response. And this is an image that we read from our public API. So all information is rendered correctly. There is an image, then current temperature, then city name, feels like in Celsius, humidity, and wind speed. As you can see, the weather here is amazing as always. Now let's talk about our code once again. As I said, we used here a class weather in order to structure our application in a better way. We don't really use this weather class to reuse everywhere in different places. It is just a class for our whole application. And as you can see here, it is really nice to use a class because inside the instance you can store all your variables, like maybe all these DOM nodes that we're using, or split all your business logic in different functions. Like here we have add listeners with submit function inside, or get URL, which returns for us our API URL, or even a synchronous function get weather info to get information from the backend. Which actually means it is a great idea to use class if you want to structure your JavaScript project in a better way. And as you can see here, we successfully created a weather application which communicates with the API and renders some data through JavaScript on the screen. We successfully implemented our weather project. Now here is another project that we also want to implement, and it is a little bit more difficult. So this is what we want to implement. We have a list of to-dos. We can type something here and create a new to-do. We can create several of them. On the bottom we see how many items we have left. We can filter them by active and completed. We can also toggle them to mark as completed. We can also remove them or toggle all here on the top. Additionally, with double click, we can edit our item to change it directly without page reload. This is a lot of features that we will implement with plain JavaScript. And here inside my index.html, I already prepared a markup for our project. As you can see here inside body, we have a section to do app with a header h1 to do, our input with class new to do, section of the main with toggle all and our empty to-do list, and here is our footer with counter 0 and 3 filters, all active and completed. This is all markup that we need in order to make it work. Also on the top I have two additional files for CSS, base CSS and index CSS, and they are living inside source, base and index CSS. These are all styles that you need for this project. And again, you can find all the source files in the description under the video. And additionally to that, inside my to-do MVC folder, I created two files, index.js and helpers.js. As you can see, helpers.js is completely empty, index.js is also empty. Now, in order to start writing our to-do MVC code, we must import inside our main.js to-do MVC project. And as you can see, I simply wrote here import to-do MVC, and this is it. Also, in our web application, we used classes in order to structure our code. But there is another popular approach, and this is just by using plain functions, which actually means this to-do MVC I want to build without classes, just with plain functions, so you can see how it can be done. And in order to start our application, I want to call a function initialize. Obviously, we don't have this function in this file. This is why let's create it. It will be an initialize function. It is just an arrow function where we must do all stuff which is related to our initialize. And our first goal is to get all DOM nodes that we will use later. This is why here I want to call a function find elements. We don't have such function, so let's create it here. It will be const find elements, which is just an arrow function. And here inside we want to find all our elements and store them. But here is the problem. We don't have an instance of the class to store our data in some variable. Luckily, we can simply create a property here on the top, which I want to call selectors, and this is an empty object. And this is totally fine because this is not a global property. It is isolated inside our module, which is this file index.js. Which actually means all this stuff is existing inside isolated and nobody can access it. Additionally, as you can see, I created selectors as an object because I want to fill it with all our DOM nodes. Inside find elements, we can write selectors and assign inside an object. And here we will have different keys and DOM nodes as a value, which actually means here will be new to do, for example, and on the right will be document query selector, and here will be a class new to do. Just to remind you, inside our index.html, here you can see a class new to do on our input, and this is exactly what we are reading. So here I can console log selectors to check how it looks like. As you can see in browser, our object selectors has a key new to do, and this is a reference to this DOM node. Now we must do exactly the same with all other DOM nodes that we have. First of all, we need here a to-do list, and we want to call document query selector on a class to-do list. Now let's copy it several more times and just update. We need here a link to the footer, and this is our class footer. After this we need main, which is a class main. We also need our button toggle all, which will be a class toggle all. Our counter, let's name it count, which will be a class to do count. And last one is our filters, which will be a class filters. Now we can reload the page, and as you can see inside this object we are storing all our DOM nodes that we need inside our application. So we successfully prepared our DOM nodes. After this, in initialize, it makes a lot of sense to add our listeners. This is why here I want to create a function add listeners. And we don't have such function, so let's create it here. We have add listeners, and it is just an arrow function. Now what we want to do here, we want to bind a key up event for our input. Just to remind you, this is our input. We can type something and we can hit enter. We don't have a form to submit. This is just an input. This is why here we can write selectors dot new to do, and it accesses this DOM node that we created here. And here we can write add event listener, which will be our key up event. And here is our callback where we can read an event. Let's check if it's working. I will console log here our key up, and now every single time when I am typing something inside my input, I am getting a key up event. Now realistically, we just need to react on enter, which actually means we need an if condition for that. And we can check here that our event.key equals enter. This is how we can check on which key we typed. And if it is enter, it means that we want to submit a value. So here I want to console log submit, and here we can read the value. It will be our event.target.value, which essentially means with our key up, we can read a value of this input either like this, or we could obviously just use selectors new to do and then read value from it. It will be exactly the same reference. Let's reload the page, type something here and hit enter. And as you can see, we're getting event is not defined because it should be event name and not just E. Let's reload it again, type something, hit enter, and here is our submit with this value. So what we must do after hitting enter, we must add a to-do to the array of to-dos. But first of all, we don't have an array of to-dos. This is why here on the top, I want to create an array of to-dos just here, and this is our state of to-dos. Now here inside our if, I want to call a function add to do, and I want to provide inside event target value. This is exactly the value that we typed. And after this, we want to clear our input. This is where we can write selectors dot new to do dot value equals an empty string. Now we don't have add to do function to add a to do to our to do list. This is why here on the bottom, let's create an add to do function. And this is just an arrow function. And we know that inside we are providing our text. What we want to do here, first we want to create an object of to do and then push it to our to dos. This is why here let's create a new to do, which must be an object, and we want to store first of all some unique ID. And in JavaScript, in order to get some ID, you can use thing which is called crypto.random_UUID. And essentially, if I copy this line and try it inside console, you can see that we are getting nice unique ID for our record. This is amazing because in this case we don't really need to increment our IDs like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we have just a unique string. After this we want to store a text inside our object, and the last one is completed property. and we need this isCompleted property in order to know if we already checked our to-do as completed or not, and by default it is false. After this, what we want to do, we want to add this element to our array, and we could write here to-dos push and new to-do, and after this just console log our to-dos to check how it looks like. Let's reload the page. I'm typing something here and hit enter. Here is our submit, and here is how our array with object to do looks like. We created here an object with ID, isCompleted false, and our text. But here is the problem. I don't really want to use push because it mutates the array. And we already talked about mutating. It might be difficult to debug it later. This is why in order to change our array, I want to write to-dos equals, and here I want to assign a new array where I spread all to-dos that I already have, and at the end I am adding new to-do. This line is exactly like this line, but it creates the completely new array. As you can see in browser, we can type something, and we are getting here our new array. But we can do it even better, because as you can see here, this whole logic is related to our to-dos array, and we can move it to helpers. Just imagine inside this application we have functions like add to-do, remove to-do, update to-do, toggle all. This is a lot of business logic which is related to all our to-dos. And realistically, we will write lots of functions here. And what I want to do, I want to move them to our helpers, which will be just functions which return some new data about our to-dos. This is why here on the right, I want to open helpers, and I want to copy the whole add to-do function on the right. Here we have our function add to-do, and I want to export it with const because we want to use it inside our main index.js. Here we are getting some text, but this is not enough. We also want to get here an array of our to-dos, because here helpers don't really know anything about our to-dos. We must provide them inside, and now we can simply return them back, which actually means what this function does, it updates these to-dos by adding a new to-do inside and returning a new list. Now what we can do on the top, we can import this function add to-do from our file, which is helpers. This is totally fine, we can use it like this, but we will write a lot of other functions here, which actually means it makes a lot of sense to get all of them in one object. And in order to do that, we can write here import star as helpers from helpers, which actually means it simply takes all these export const functions and they will be accessible inside this helpers object. This is why here inside our add to do, what we need to do is simply call helpers.add to do, and we're providing inside to-dos and our text. Then we can remove all this code on the top, and here I want to move console log to the bottom. Now this line doesn't really update our to-dos at all, we must reassign them, which actually means to-dos equals helper add to-dos. Let's have a look. I'm reloading the page, I'm typing something, and as you can see here we're getting our new array with our created object. So realistically what this code achieved, we moved the whole business logic regarding adding elements to our array in additional helper. And now inside our main file we just use this helper without writing all this logic in one place. So our to-do is ready as data, but we must render it on the screen. This is why here I want to call a function which is called render, and I don't want to provide there anything at all. Now we must create this function render here without any arguments. And the main idea of function render is simply to re-render the whole to-do application. What do I mean by that? For example, here we don't really care where we call this function. We don't really care that we called it after adding a to-do. It must simply use to-dos that we have, this array, and render all to-dos on the screen. How can we do that? We can write here to-dos.forEach, and we have access to every single to-do in our list. And first of all, I want just to write console log to-do. As you can see on the screen, I am typing something, I'm hitting enter, and here we are getting this console log with our item, which actually means we have just a single to-do. I'm typing again, and we got two of them, because essentially now in our array we have two items, and we are calling render for these two items because we want to render two items on the screen. Now what we want to do for every single element is creating a new node, and it makes a lot of sense to create an additional function for this. So essentially here we want to generate a to-do node by calling create to-do node, where we're providing a to-do. And what to-do node does, it simply creates a DOM node and adds to it some markup. So here let's create our function create to-do node, and we know that we're getting as a parameter our to-do. And first of all, what we want to do here, we want to create our DOM node, and our DOM node we can name node, and we can use here document.createElement, and it will be a li. Now again, you must understand that we're writing this code for any state. We don't really care what was in our application. Just to remind you, some of our to-dos may be completed and some of them not. This is why here we can check that. We can write that if our to-do dot is completed, is there, then we want to mark this node as completed. So we can write here node.classList.add, and here we're adding class completed. After this, I want to write some markup inside this DOM node, and we can use this escape string that we already used previously. So we can write here node.innerHTML, and I want to assign here an escape string. Now here we can write some markup and it will be generated. So here will be a div with class view. Let's close this div, and inside the div I want to have an input with class toggle and type checkbox. So what we created here is a toggle checkbox inside our to-do item, and here it can be either checked or not checked depending on is completed. This is why here I want to put a variable and write a construction inside, and I want to check here if to-do is completed, so it is true, then I want to return here a string checked. In other case I am returning an empty string, which actually means inside this input we put an attribute checked. If our to-do is completed, in other case it will be just an empty string. After this input we have a label, and inside our label we want to render a text from the input, so we must use here a variable, and it will be todo.text. And after this we have a button to remove our to-do, so here is button class destroy, and let's close this button without any text. And after our div we have one more input with class edit, and here will be a value that we can already put inside. It will be todo.text, and we will use this edit later to implement editing of the to-do. So as you can see here, we simply throw some markup inside innerHTML because it is HTML. And we can even put inside some variables because this is just a string. After this, what I want to do, I want to simply return node, which actually means this function really just creates node, puts some markup inside and returns it. And we're getting this node here inside our to-do node. So what we want to do with it, we want to append it to our list. This is why here let's write selectors dot to do list dot append child to add a child element, and here we're providing our to do node. Let's check if it's working. I'm reloading the page, I'm typing here a to do, and as you can see our to do was rendered. Let's check this out inside our elements. This is what we added here. The whole li was generated inside our function with this markup, with this text from to do, and we're good. But here is the problem. If I'm typing here some other to do, you can see that it was duplicated because our item was not removed. It simply renders everything that we have inside our to-do list, and inside we have the two elements, which actually means before we render something, we must clear our list fully. This is why here before our for each, we can write selectors dot to do list dot innerHTML, and we want to assign here an empty string. Let's try again. I'm typing here QQQ, then W, and as you can see now it renders just fine because it clears the list before it renders it again. The next feature that we must implement is removing of our to-dos. As you can see here on the right, we have this cross, but obviously it does not work. Why that? We created here our to-do node, but we didn't bind to it an event to remove a to-do. This is why here after our innerHTML, we need to add a listener for that. And here what I want to do is query selector a class destroy. And as you can see, I didn't write here document query selector because we could potentially have lots of different nodes. I want to find this class destroy inside our current node. And after we found it, I want to add here an event listener, which will be a click event. And here we can write a function which will just call remove to-do function and provide inside to-do ID. Why just to-do ID? Because all our to-dos are unique with unique IDs, and we can safely remove a to-do by ID. And obviously we don't have remove to-do function at all. This is why we must create it here. So let's create a remove to-do function, and we will get as an argument a to-do ID string. And again, just like we did with add to-do, it makes a lot of sense to move removing of to-do to the helper, which actually means what we want to do here. We want to update our to-dos by calling helpers.remove to-do, and we're providing inside the to-do ID. So essentially, this single line must remove a to-do from our array and return the new to-dos. And after this, what we want to call is simply render function, which will re-render the whole application fully. And obviously here should not be const because our to-dos are global for this file. Now it is time to create remove to-do inside our helpers. So let's open here on the right helpers and export const a new function which will be remove to-do, which has just a single parameter to-do ID. And in order to remove a to-do, we can simply use a filter. And you already know filter. We can specify by which condition we want to filter our data. This is why here we can simply filter all our data except the to-do with this ID. So here we can return our to-dos, but as you can see, we don't have to-dos list. We need to provide here to-dos as an argument, and obviously provide them here on the left inside our file. And now we can write to-dos filter, get access to every single to-do, and then compare is to-do ID not equal our to-do ID, which actually means we want to filter all our to-dos where ID does not equal the to-do ID that we want to remove, which actually means we're keeping only to-dos without this to-do ID. And this function returns the new array of to-dos, and we're assigning it inside our to-dos, and then we're calling render. Let's check if it's working. I'm reloading the page, create a to-do. Here we have it. I'm clicking on the cross, and as you can see, our to-do disappeared. Why is that? Because here we have our click, and we're calling remove to-do function. This remove to-do updates our to-dos. We can console log it to check. Here I'm typing something, click remove, and we see an empty array. If this empty array is there, then this render is being called. We're coming to our render function here. We clear the whole to-do list, and as here for each does nothing, because we don't have any to-dos, our list stays empty. So we successfully implemented removing of our to-do. Now it is time to implement toggling of our to-do. And it will be a little bit similar, because here we are creating our to-do node, and what we want to do, we want to add one more event. So here we will have node, and we are trying to find our element with class toggle, which is our toggler for this specific to-do, and we want to add here a click event, which must toggle a to-do. So let's name it toggle to-do, and we want to toggle our to-do inside array also by ID, which actually means here on the bottom we can create a function toggle to-do, and we know that we are getting as an argument to-do ID. And again, it will be exactly the same. We want to get back our to-dos array from the helpers.toggle to-do, where inside we're providing a list of our to-dos and to-do ID. And after this, we can simply call our render function. So as you can see, the logic here is exactly the same like in remove to-do, but we just need to create a toggle to-do function here on the right inside our helpers. So let's create here our export const toggle to-do, and we know that we're getting two parameters, our to-dos and to-do ID. And you might think, okay, how we can toggle one single to-do inside our array? And the easiest way to do this is by using map, because map function is immutable, it returns new data, we can simply loop through every single element and update the element that we need without touching all other elements. How does it look like? We can simply return here todos.map. We're getting access to every single to-do, and inside we're doing our logic. For map, we just need for every single element to return something. And we want to check here if our to-do ID equals to-do ID that we provided inside, then we want to write here some logic regarding updating this to-do. In other case, we simply return to-do. which actually means in all our cases except of one, we just simply return to do, we don't do anything. But if this to-do is found, this is the to-do that we want to toggle, then here we want to return a new object, because essentially again we want to avoid mutating of our data. And in our object we can spread the to-do that we already have, and we want to override here isCompleted property in .todo.isCompleted. What does it mean at all? We're looping here in this code through all our to-dos, so to-do 1, to-do 2, to-do 3. Here we're getting access to every single to-do and we're checking, is this a to-do that we want to toggle? If no, we simply return here this to-do back without any changes. But if yes, we're returning here a new object. What this object contains? It contains all fields of the to-do, so we simply take all properties, and then after this we want to override isCompleted, which actually means here to-do contains isCompleted with some value, and if we're writing isCompleted after, it will override it. And how we can override it? We're overriding it with negation. Exclamation mark means not, which actually means if here in the console we have true and we put here not, then it is false, which means it is negation. In our case here we are saying if it is completed, then we are setting it to false. If it is not completed, we are setting it to true. Let's check if it's working. I want to jump back inside our toggle to do. Here we just call it, we return new to-dos. Let's have a look on our to-dos that we get back. I'm reloading the page, typing and creating an element, and here we can click on our toggle element. As you can see, we're getting our array with one element, and here isCompleted is true. This is correct. Now I'm clicking again. As you can see, our array was updated and isCompleted is set to false. And obviously our view renders the correct state of our application based on the list of our to-dos. As we implemented toggling of our to-do, it makes a lot of sense to implement these filters on the bottom. Just to remind you, we see either all to-dos or active to-dos or completed to-dos. What we want to do first on the top, we want to create a new state which will be filter, and we can assign here a string all. So our filter state will be either all, or active, or completed. In this case, we always know in what state we are. The next thing that we want to do, we want to implement clicking on these links, and we can do that directly inside add listeners. As you can see here, we have access to all these filters, and we can just write a listener for this element. So selectors, filters, add event listener, and we're providing inside a click event. Now what we're getting here is a li element on which we clicked. So what we can do here is use selectors.filters.querySelectorAll, because we want to find an array of elements, and here we're looking for li, which actually means this single liner will return an array of these three lis. And now on every single li, we want to make a loop and add an event listener. So here we have access to our li element, and we can write li add event listener, and here will be our click event. And what we want to do, we want to set the filter, which actually means this filter on the top that we created, we can read an attribute of this li. So it will be li get attribute, and here will be our filter attribute. Just to remind you, inside our HTML here, we have on the bottom our filters. As you can see, this is UL class filters. This is what we found here. And we found all these lists with filter all active completed, and with this line filter li get attribute filter, we are finding on which filter we clicked. Is it all? Is it active? Is it completed? We are reading this value and we are saving it inside our filter. I will console log here the filter so we can check if it's working. I'm reloading the page. I'm clicking on active and here our filter is active. I'm clicking on completed and now it is completed. But as you can see inside browser, these changes are not there because we don't get a border around active filter, it stays all. Why it happens? Because we never rendered our footer. So we must go inside our render function. Here it is. And what we want to do first, we want to remove all these selected classes and then add a correct selected class, which actually means here we can find our filters. We can query selector all to find all A's inside because we have a selected property on our A. and we're calling for each, and we're getting access to every single link, and we want to remove this class, so it will be a class list remove, and here will be selected. Let's check if it's working. We're clicking here active, but nothing happens. Why it doesn't happen? Because we didn't call our render when we clicked on the filter. Yes, we saved it inside filter, but we must call render function after. Let's check again. I'm clicking on active and nothing is highlighted. This is completely fine because this is just a first part. After this, we want to add selected on correct A here. This is by here we must find this item. So again, it will be selector filters, and we want to query selector here just a single element, but by data attribute. And here is what I want to write. Here we have brackets, then filter equals, and here will be a filter on the top, space A. What does it mean? I want to copy this line here to show you. So here let's write document query selector just to show you, and I'm hitting enter. And as you can see, we found our active link. How did we do that? This construction means that we are looking for the DOM node with attribute where filter equals active. As you can see here, this is the only element on the screen where we have filter active thingy on our li, and after this we want to find A because this is a child. Again, we can write here not active but all, and then we're getting this DOM node on the left. Which actually means with this single liner we will find the correct node to highlight, and then we can write here class list add, and we want to add a class selected, which actually means it will highlight the correct filter. Let's reload it again, click on active, and as you can see, it is highlighted correctly because this is our active filter. And again, our render function doesn't know really anything what happened in our application. Yes, we clicked on the filter, but essentially we're rendering everything on the screen. So we successfully highlighted active, but we have a problem. When we have here several to-dos, and I'm toggling one of them, and I'm on the active, I must see only active to-dos, not all to-dos. And the problem with that is that inside our render, we're looping through all our to-dos, not just to-dos which are filtered. Because essentially here we want to loop only through active to-dos to render active to-dos for active filter. When we're on completed tab, we want to render only completed to-dos. This is why here let's create an additional function, get filtered to-dos, and we don't have any arguments here. And we want to check if our filter equals active, we must return only active to-dos. How we can find them? We just take all to-dos and we filter them. We have access to every single to-do, and we want to return not is completed to-dos. This is why here is an exclamation mark, which means this line will return for us only active to-dos. Now we can write here else if with filter equals completed, and here we must return only completed to-dos. The code will be exactly the same, but without an exclamation mark. And the last case is we're returning all to-dos, so here is simply return to-dos. So what this function does for us, it returns for us either active, completed, or simply all to-dos. Now here inside our render function, instead of these to-dos, we can call getFilters to-dos with round brackets, and it will just loop only through to-dos which are needed. Let's check if it's working. I will type here several to-dos and toggle only one of them. Now when I'm jumping to the active, as you can see, only active to-dos are rendered. When I'm jumping to completed, only completed to-dos are rendered. And when we're jumping to all to-dos are rendered, which actually means we successfully solved the problem of highlighting correct filter. The next problem that we have is regarding this main and footer part, because essentially we don't need to render main and footer if we don't have any to-dos. Also, another problem is that inside to-dos we always have 0 items left and we never update that. And we can simply fix that inside our render function. So first of all, we must understand if we need to render main section and footer section. This is why here we can call selectors footer.style.display, and we want to either set it to display block or display none. And on all arrays we have .length property, and it will return the amount of items in our array. So essentially here you have an array with 1, 2, 3, You are writing here length and you are getting 3. This is exactly what we want. We want to check if our length bigger than 0. If yes, then we must write here block. In other case, it is none, which actually means we don't render our footer when we don't have our to-dos. And exactly the same we can do with our main. We have a style display none when we don't have any to-dos. But as you can see, when I reload the page, nothing changes. Why is that? Because essentially we never called render inside our initialize. And after we found all elements and added our listeners, it makes a lot of sense to render the whole application. Let's reload the page. There is just an input here. We are typing something. We see our main part and our footer. But we still have an issue with these 0 items left. How can we fix that? We can jump back inside our render. And here we want to update our counter, so we can access here selectors.count, and we want to update in HTML directly. We can just put a string inside, and here we will have strong tag with the amount of active elements, but essentially we don't know how many active elements we have. This is why here we must create a variable active to-dos count, which will store a length of active elements, and here we can use to-dos filter, just like we already did, to get to-do.isCompleted, so it will return only active to-dos, and we can call length to know how many we have. And then inside our markup, we can just throw this active to-dos count. And after this, we must write either item or items. This is why here inside our variable, we can write a ternary operator. If our active to-dos count equals 1, then we want to return here a string item. In other case, it will be items, and then the text left, which actually means we replace the whole in HTML of our counter. And actually this is not counter, but just count property. Let's have a look. I'm reloading the page, I'm typing something, hitting enter, and we can see 1 item left. I add 1 more element, and here is 2 items left, which actually means it works correctly now. Another feature that we are missing is toggle all button here on the top. We want to update all our to-dos at once. This is why here what we can do on the top, where we have add listeners, we can add 1 more listener, and it will be selectors.toggleAllButton.add event listener, and here we want a click event. And what we want to do is to read a value from our event, because it is either checked or not checked. And we want to call here a toggle all function that we will create in a second, and we're providing inside event target.checked. Now let's create somewhere on the bottom this function. So it will be toggle all function, and we're providing inside just a single parameter checked to know if we need to mark all our to-dos as completed or not. And what we want to do here, again, we want a helper. So it will be helpers.toggleAll, and we're providing inside our to-dos and checked property. And after this, again, we're calling our render, which actually means we just miss this toggle all function. Let's jump back inside our helpers. So let's create here our new function, toggle all. And we know that we are getting here, first of all, an array of our to-dos, and secondly, is completed property. Because just to remind you, we passed inside checked, which is either true or false, and it is essentially is completed, because we want to set all our items to either is completed true or is completed false. So we want to map through all our items and update every single record. Let's return here our to-dos.map. We're getting access to every single to-do, and here we want to return a new item with updated is completed. So we're doing exactly the same stuff like we did here. We're spreading the whole to-do, and we want to update here is completed property to what we have here. And essentially we must write here is completed equals is completed. This is totally fine, but there is also sugar in JavaScript that you can omit the value like this if your key and value are the same, which actually means it is either is completed or is completed equals is completed. Both will work just fine. So what this function does, it returns for us a new array of to-dos with updated is completed. Let's check if it's working. Here I am reloading the page, I am adding several to-dos, and I am toggling all of them by clicking here on the top. As you can see, all of them are green because we updated all our properties in the array to is completed true. We're clicking again, and they are all not marked as completed. And the last feature that we want to implement is updating of our to-dos. But first of all, we want to start editing of the specific to-do with double click. And in order to do that, we need an event. As you can see here, we have our create to-do node, and we can add a new event to start editing of our item with double click. So here we need to find the selector, which will be a label, and we want to add here an event listener with double click, so it is not click but double click. And here is our callback. And what we want to call here is start editing. And inside I want to provide a node. Just to remind you, previously we provided inside to-do ID, but now I am providing here a node, and our node is exactly the DOM node that we want to start editing. Now we must create start editing function. So here on the bottom, let's create a function start editing, and we know that we are getting a node where we want to enable editing. And in order to do that, we can simply add a class to our node. So node class list add, and here will be editing. And also it will be nice to focus on this specific input. So we can write here node query selector class edit. This is our input inside dot focus. And just to remind you, here inside our markup, when we're creating node, we have this input class edit with value to do text, which actually means this is exactly what we want to focus. Let's check if it's working. I'm reloading the page, adding an item and double clicking on it. And as you can see here, we're getting this input, we can inspect it. This is just an input with the value. And here we have Lee with class editing. This is why we see this construction. So we successfully implemented starting of editing, but we never implemented updating our item. And essentially here we want one more add event listener. So let's copy this label and change the query selector to class edit. This is our input, and here our event listener will be key up again, so exactly like on our first input. And here is our callback. What we want to do inside, first of all we need our event, because we want to check if we hit enter again, and I can write if our event dot key equals enter. It means that we want to update our to-do. So here let's call a function update to-do, where inside we're providing a to-do ID and event target value. Why like this? Because essentially our function update to-do must know which exactly to-do we want to update by our unique ID. And here is event target value. This is the value inside our input. So this is our text that we want to save inside our to-do. But also we have another case, and this is else if event key equals escape. And essentially escape means that we don't want to edit this to-do, we want to close editing mode. How we can close that? We can just write inside event target value, our initial value, it will be to-do title, because we could already update it, and after this we simply call render, and render will close all active editing states. So with this code, we're just missing update to do function, which must update a to do inside an array and call render. Let's do this now. Here we need our update to do function, and we know that we are getting a to do ID and also text that we want to pass inside. And just like previously, we want to get back an array of our to dos with helpers dot update a to do. And inside we are providing our array of to dos, then to do ID and our text. And after this I just want to call render, which must re-render the whole application. Now we're just missing this update to do function inside our helpers, so let's add it now. And essential update to do is extremely similar to our toggle to do. This is why I will copy paste it. Let's rename here toggle to do to update to do, and we know that we are getting an array of to dos, to do ID that we want to update, and new text. And here we are mapping through all our to dos. And if it is not this specific ID, we just return a to-do. And if it is this specific ID, then we want to update here not is completed, but our text value, and assign here new text. Let's check if it's working. I'm reloading the page. I'm creating here several to-dos. I'm double clicking on this www. We see the input. But as you can see, when I started typing, we're getting an error. Event is not defined. And actually here you can click on this link index.js and it will show you exactly the line where it happened, and it was 113 line. So let's jump back inside our index.js, and here is 113 line. And here I already see the problem. It is not target value but event target value. And the same will be here. It is also event inside escape, and here will be event target value. Now it looks just fine. Let's reload the page again. Type some to-dos here and double click on it. Now I can write update here and hit enter, and as you can see this to-do was directly updated. Why is that? Because we changed it inside our to-dos array, and after this the whole application was re-rendered with our new data. So as you can see here, we successfully created a to-do application. It was not easy by any means, but this is the summary of all knowledge that you learned previously, and this is exactly how you can build applications in JavaScript without any additional frameworks. You successfully finished my JavaScript for Beginners course, and I really think that you are awesome, and I am sure that you learned a lot. But as a good teacher, I for sure must give you a homework. And the most important part is to continue developing real applications and not just watching videos. This is why if you need an idea what to do, you can just take this To-Do MVC project that we already did and apply to there our knowledge with working with API. Which actually means you can use, for example, JSON server to store a list of to-dos on the backend. You need to get them first, then render on the screen and implement all these functions like adding to-dos, updating, removing by calling an API and updating data through API on the backend. This will be a really nice twist on our existing application. But the most important part is that you must do the project that you really like. In this case, you can invest more time in that. It might be a website with books, a clone of Netflix, maybe a clone of Twitter or YouTube. Everything is fine because it will improve your knowledge of JavaScript as a developer. And if you really like this video, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and hit that like button. It really helps a lot. And additionally, if you seek advanced courses regarding different web technologies, I have lots of them on my website monsterlessonsacademy.com that you can find in the description box below.